Gamers. Gamers! That's you! You're the gamers! How are we doing today? Hello, hello. Hope you're all doing well today. Hope you're ready for some more Eskin gaming, where we already own all of Eskin. What can I say? I can't help myself. All right, I see an Eskin, and I just start conquering. All right? We have Eskin full united in 15... something. It's 15 something. I don't know what year it is. And Rogeria, the young owl, will die soon. He's super old. We completed his section of the mission tree, and we've already started to go down the other section because it's kind of split into two. We have the young owl mission tree, and we have the Rogeria the tag mission tree. We've done the top one. Now we're working on the bottom one. Where one of the big gates is that we have to wait till 1550, I believe it is. So there's no way that we could have completed it. I can see how you could hypothetically complete it in time. I don't know, like if you don't form Rogeria for a long time and you prevent him taking over, you maybe could, but that's too much work. I don't think it's worth it. It's better to just reform into a non-adventurer and get your reform progress going and all that. Hello, Amy, PLP, Mothfleet, Captain Walrus, Marker Bark, Pycurvius, then 6. Hope you're all doing well today. On this fantastic Friday afternoon, the weather is nice, and I am here, ready to play some map games. Oh yeah. The 12th of August, 1527 is when you took over Eskin Foley. Okay, so not bad. I don't think it's our best time, but I don't think it's a entirely unreasonable time to get a full unification of Eskin. We're slowly but surely going through and building governing capacity buildings, courthouses specifically. So that way we can continue to full state up Eskin. I think we have probably over half of it in a full state now. And that's just kind of what you do when you take Eskin, you full state it up. That does mean that you can't really take a lot of land outside of it until you can get some governing capacity reductions going through state houses and tech, really is what it comes down to. But we'll take what we can get. Pretty muggy here. It was a little bad weather this morning. I woke up and it was sunny, and then it was not sunny, and now it's sunny again. All in all, I suppose that's good. I guess. You know, for the people that go outside, that's probably great. For me, who's inside right now, it doesn't really matter. But yeah, today we gotta do the Shadow Moon Conspiracy. That's the big thing we have to do. That way we can get ourselves back on the throne of the Empire of Anbennar. And we might be able to do it today. I'm not sure. You know, we're gonna speed 5 for a while here because we already own all of Eskin. And we gotta complete missions to get through to starting the Shadow Moon Conspiracy. You know, I think we're on a pretty good track. You've been playing Iroquois in a multiplayer game with some friends, and a tribes suck to play. Yes, they do. They are not fun. Not fun. Now, if you start off as an OPM and you can migrate, you can become a horde. Then it's good. Then you could go and conquer all of Mexico. You take Mexico, you raise it all to the ground, you culture flip to Aztec, then you click the become the Aztec monarchy thing, and you reform into having a monarchy and really good missions. That's how you play North American tribes. What you don't do is get stuck as, let's say, the Iroquois with multiple provinces and sit there and wait. And wait to die. That would be unfortunate. They will suck, but also have done right. They could be stupidly busted. It's so weird. Yeah. You either go for Mega Confederation or Horde. At least that's how I understand it. Not that I have a lot of experience playing as them, because I usually just avoid playing in the Americas whenever possible. And I don't think I ever have to again, at least start in the Americas for any achievements. So I'm good. It's so easy just to beat everyone up and own all of America through the Federation mechanics. Yep, you just click the offensive Federation wars first. Just get a huge Federation, offensive Federation wars, and go for it. Desire to stay in blank Federation is one of the most frustrating modifiers. Is that the one where they want to leave? Like if it's too big, or if they're upset with you, then they like lose the desire to stay in. You want to tag them from plus 900 wanting to join to minus 400 over a period of 3 months. Well, you just kill them. That's what that sounds like to me. They were indecisive, so you got to be decisive for them. It's for inviting people who are in other federations. I see. Yeah, see, I don't have much experience. My federation's composed of a total of 3 people. Myself and the 2 people I'm allowed to invite, and that's what I'm playing in Eskin. That's it. They want to stay in the federation they made and often rarely will leave despite your federation just being better. Yeah, I mean, skill issue on their part. I guess you just annex them, but it is much easier just to click the Unify Federation button. Especially because there's no ability to understand what the numbers means. So there's no way to really understand how to act. That's why you just play a horde. I'm just saying. I know Iroquois can't, but you could give up all of your land initially, and then flip over to a horde and then reconquer all your land. Big brain. That's how you gotta do it. Iroquois horde confirmed. You going to a death war with Great Britain and Denmark player didn't join to help you? That's messed up. Didn't attack them after you whittled them down to 12k troops. That's messed up. Why would they? Why would they not join? That's crazy. I don't have boats. What? Why does the Denmark player not have boats? What do you mean? That's like your whole thing. I think literally the first national idea is like 50% naval force limit or something crazy like that. Like, that's the whole point. You're supposed to have a bunch of boats as Denmark. Meanwhile, the entire English heavy fleet is blockading your coastline. Yeah, it just sounds like a skill issue, and they wanted you to die. That's how I'm interpreting that one. That's wild. That's wild. E4 stats don't make sense at times. Gotta love a tag. Not even a tenth of my size say no to vassalization because of the economic factor. Yeah, I could understand if they were like stubborn or just refused to accept it. But economic factors is always a funny one. It was a skill issue, but you lived. I mean, that's good. That just means that you're ready to invade Denmark. And now you know they don't have boats. They can't stop you from transporting your troops over. Easy. Easy, easy, easy. All it costed was 6k ducats of debt. What year is it? Because that might be death. That's a lot of debt to take on as a native. Not a lot of places to get that money back from. You got like 2k? Okay, well, not that bad then. Have you reformed, or are you still tribal? Because if you've reformed, then it's not as bad, because then you can sell titles and you can take loans from the burghers. You reformed? Oh, okay. Not too bad then. Well, yeah, that's not too bad then. Man, oh man. Man, oh man, oh man. We gotta get some more vassals in our game. I took influence ideas and I've got 1 vassal, which is a little bit sad. We're gonna go into the deep woods and make some elven vassals. I think we might make them into marches even. We'll see. I don't know if it'd be effective to do that, but it could be. Though I make a lot of money from vassals, so I could just have them sit there and make me money. I'm not really gonna need their money though. Now you just need to conquer Mexico to solve all provinces to solve all your provinces' problems with gold. True. And then everybody will declare war on you more. Except England is the ultimate antagonist in your life and colonize the one province you need to border the Central Americans. Why didn't you take the province? I'm sure there's a good reason why you didn't, but why would you not take the province if you need it? Didn't have a colonist. Oh, so you had no colonial range at the time? That is unfortunate. But even if you, like, you can still take it, right? Even if you don't have a colonist, that's worth 4 ducats a month. Being able to conquer Mexico is definitely worth $4. At least $4 a month. Think about all the gold. You're getting there? Well, when you get there, then you'll have all the money in the world to build lots of boats and take Shelland. Hello, Fallen Hearts. How you doing? And DJ Grinnell, how you doing? Sell them enough to form a colony? Classic. Classic. The colonizers will never expect this one simple trick. Simply give them land and then take it all back. Copenhagen will burn for this treachery. I mean, that's fair. And passing up on the golden opportunity to invade the British Isles is throwing. Not the first time get in line. Oh, lots of people that want to burn down Copenhagen. I do not. I think Copenhagen should remain unburnt, personally. But I don't got any beef with the Danes, as far as I'm aware. I did like a DNA test a long time ago, and they keep updating it every once in a while. And the amount of Danish I have has gone up quite a bit. I think it's like 20% now, or something like that. It's kind of crazy. My Irish used to be almost 50, and now it's like 5%. Which is wild. Oh, you joining Copenhagen and burning? Wait. What? I don't deserve that. I'm not being Danified. I have no direct feelings or connection to Denmark. If anything, the Swedes have colonized me much more effectively. Like, I play Paradox games. ABBA is my favorite music group. The Swedes have got me. All right, I'm in their clutches. I was gonna go to Sweden to study abroad before COVID. I've basically converted from part Danish to part Swedish. Your genetic data is being more and more Danish. Well, you know, it could go back down. There's more Norwegian, if that helps. I'm mostly Scottish. I'm Scottish, English, Norwegian, Danish, and Germanic. I think those are the top 5. Just a surströmming away. I don't know what that is, so I mean that must mean I'm still American enough. Those Irishmen were just Norsemen on vacation, apparently. You know, I really thought that I was big time Irish, but nope. Not real. Not real. Just a little bit. A little bit of Irish lover in the past somewhere. Here's a fine artisan blend of like 20 different things. Yeah, I don't got that many. Mine's pretty. It's like Anglo-Saxon, Viking. That's it. That's what I've got. And Scottish, which is his own thing. Looking forward to EU5, where hopefully the AI won't be able to send 80,000 troops to the New World without facing horrific consequences. Let's hope. Let's hope. The AI will have cheats to be able to do that still. Can't deprive them of the right to yeeting troops across the ocean. They gotta do it. They have to. Yours is like every Northern European plus French plus Ashkenazi plus 1% Turkish. Constantinople's yours. I mean, that's just how it is. You can claim direct heritage with that 1%. You got that. You're basically the Ottoman ruler. Yeah, I got no Turkish in me. I'm very north. Very, very northern. That's where my people came from. In shitty forests and mountains. And it's cold and bad, and I understand why they eventually immigrated to the United States. This shit sucks. Skyrim belongs to the Nords. Yeah, I don't really fit the Nord profile, though. I don't have the long, flowing hair, like blonde hair, and I'm not like a big guy. I don't drink milk, though. So that's a pretty good benefit for myself. I do meet that requirement. They're off the Tartar yoke. Yeah, never had to worry about that. Just Vikings. Yeah, just Vikings. Canadians went to America because we couldn't split our farms any smaller anymore. Ran out of land. Ran out of land. So planning to get it in the United States. Yeah, my immigration, or my ancestors' immigration path, some of them went to Canada and some of them went right into the United States, into the, I think it's like Ohio Valley, which tracks. But they went like straight from Canada to California. Weird. Real weird. They didn't even like go into the US first anywhere else and then jump over. And I don't know when the migration happened or whatnot. I don't got that kind of info, but that is what they estimate happened. Which I suppose is cool. Hidden Canadian confirmed. No, I don't think so. I joined the OG Green Tide wagon. I don't think we're the OG Green Tide. I think many of the nomadic peoples that moved into Europe over and over and over again are probably more Green Tide. But I suppose, yeah, secondary Green Tide maybe. Your last name will be traced back to a family that came to England with the Norman Conquest. Oh, so you're the bad guys. I see. Your ancestors were Italians who immigrated to Catalonia but maintained their customs and later immigrated to a town in Valencia to build the town church. That's pretty cool. No worse than being normal English, I suppose. Bad guys. Still stands. Have a great aunt, you think is the correct term, who moved to Canada, was broke as hell until they realized she'd set up her farm in what's now the oil sands? Pretty good luck there. Pretty good farm to have. Sell that bad boy and retire. Or, well, yeah, I don't know. If you don't have the capital to exploit the resources, you might as well just sell big, early, make money, invest, and retire. Play map games all day. I'm just saying. There's no reason to try and like ruin the world. You could just play map games instead. If you got a bajillion dollars, you can afford all the DLCs. Huge. In true medieval fashion, she passed without kids. She donated all her money to the church. Damn. Damn. Real Matilda of Tuscany moment right there. Real Matilda of Tuscany moment. I suppose that's fair. But you could have given it to your siblings. You know? I'm just saying. It's funny because it's like a tradition to teach children the marks of the family masons on the stone. Oh, that's like old stuff. I don't have anything like that. There's no like legacy things passed down that I can think of. Maybe it's a secret. That could be it. Maybe I just don't know yet. Maybe I have to be a little bit older. 30? It feels a little late. It feels a little late, but you know, work with me here, okay? Where once you're old enough, then you get told the family secrets and you get like all the details about where you come from. Probably not though. Probably not. That's kind of one of those things that you'd probably learn when you become an adult. Yap, 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 yap. That's right, Scythian. Yap, 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 yap. The greatest legacy being passed down to you is the fact that your great grandpa went around your state with a literal pitcher of money buying random land. God damn, it was so easy to exist. it was just so goddamn easy to buy things back in the day, okay? Oh yeah, I went to college for $2. I just went around and bought land with the money I had in this pitcher. I just saved it up when I worked at my 1 hour of a job after school. It's like, what are you talking about? No, man, I can't rent for less than like $2,000. What year is it? That's got to be at least fucking 1473. America was empty back then? I mean, not really. It was empty. I mean, it's still empty. It's not like it's that much. Well, I suppose the West is more populated than it was. Your state is still empty? Let's see. It could be anything between the Rocky Mountains and the Appalachian Mountains. Could be the state you live in. it could be any of them. You know, it could be any of them. Incorrect. Yo! There's not a lot of empty states outside of that. I mean, Alaska's pretty empty. You don't have to confirm it. Maine? Ooh. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Maine is basically Canada. It's like, if we were playing EU4, I would put a fort in Maine because it's a woods province that you can have defense against Canada in case we go to war in like 1812. Except I wouldn't lose. I'd simply win. Nevada confirmed. Nevada is empty. I hate that place. Granddad went crazy with the local church books, traced the family back to 1530 something, at which point an ancestor moved into the valley and it couldn't be traced further. Farmers all the way. Hey, it's an honest trade. It's honest work. Sure, you might not rule over empires, but the family line continues. Nobles, they seem to die out every, well, couple decades. Every couple generations, nobles just seem to go kaput. Statistically, we're all descended from farmers. You know, that's true. You go far enough back, he's gonna be a farmer. Wasn't Nevada that's mostly owned by the federal government because it's all empty? Yes. Yeah. There's good mining in the north. The north of Nevada has good mining, and Vegas is in southern Nevada, and that's kind of it. The rest of it's just desert. Descended from hunter-gatherers? Oh, look at the big shot over here. Look at the big shot. Saying that he's descended from hunter-gatherers. Gold? Yeah, I think there's gold and there's silver in Nevada. There's a craters from the nuclear test. That's true. That's true. There's probably some snakes out there. And some rocks. There's rocks. Maybe a cow or two. That's it. That's Nevada for you. That place sucks. Ooh. To never live in a desert? I would never want to live in a desert. And Paradox Tinto's secret EU5 testing site. Of course, how could we forget about the secret Paradox Tinto EU5 testing site in the middle of the Nevada desert? It's that top secret. You've got Area 51, and then you've got the EU5 testing site. Give me winter. Can we nuke the world so we have permanent winter? No summer anymore. No, I think that's a really bad idea. See, I like this thing called food, and if we put ourselves into a nuclear winter, we're gonna run out of food real fast. Not a fan. I like eating. So Nevada is government owned like a reserve or not viable to live on desert? Not viable to live on desert. It's not. I mean, some parts of it is. Some parts of the desert in northern Nevada are like high desert, so there is like shrubbery and whatnot. So you could hypothetically live there, but there's a lot of Nevada that is just unlivable. Right? There's no water. There's no. You can't grow food. It's literally just rock and some sand. That's it. You sure Paradox isn't a bunch of aliens from Area 51? I can't prove that they're not. We can't prove... I can't prove it, okay? They could be. Just be Las Vegas and import everything. Uh-huh. And then you have water shortages. Not good. Not good. But that is the option, right? Which is why you don't set up a new city in the middle of the desert. No water, no food. Perfect to play EU5 without distractions. I don't know. I think I get a little parched, and that would be distracting. You do it if you want a gamba? I guess that's true. But you don't even have to go to Vegas in Nevada. There's like casinos in every gas station in Nevada. It's wild. There's the reason the Mormons ended up in Utah. Why? Because they couldn't stop causing problems? I mean, they kept going, and then they picked the Great Salt Lake to settle by. I don't know if that's quite the promised land that I'd imagined, but it's true that no other settlers wanted it. We can prove they're not. They gave Sweden a powerful mission tree, meaning they are Swedes trying to influence the historical order. Well, you can't prove that Sweden isn't an alien idea. You don't know. Maybe big Sweden does. It's just controlled by aliens. That's right. The real conspiracy. The two criteria of far away from everyone and slightly more livable than the surrounding desert. Yeah. Is Mormon the thing where some guy wanted to have a bunch of wives so we formed a cult? Yep. It is. That is what you're thinking of. It's a bit more complicated than that. But yeah, that is the one you're thinking of. It's true. That's the reason Swedes win Eurovision a lot. Didn't they not win this year though? Didn't Austria win this year? That's Denmark because Denmark doesn't exist. Well, hold on. How can you want to burn down Copenhagen if Denmark doesn't exist? These two ideas do not match up. And they don't mess up. That don't work. Copenhagen is Swedish. Oh, how could I forget? Of course, a rightful Swedish clay. Denmark can't exist. It's too flat. It's a Minecraft simulation. Wait until you hear about the state of Kansas. You're going to lose your mind. That's a misconception. Swedes are actually Danish. I think the Swedes would disagree with you, perhaps violently, about that. I think the Swedes made a decision a long time ago to not be Danish. But Danish doesn't exist, so Norwegian. Yeah, no, you know what? Norwegian doesn't exist either. Let's just give it all to the Finnish. Why not? It'd be funny. Swedes are Danish and Danes are Swedish. Oh, so it's like a swap. That doesn't make any sense. I could just swap them back then. Kansas, the flatter Oklahoma? Yeah, Kansas is pretty flat. The one thing. Kemal Oso? Again, names will understand. Well, that's true. Ain't nobody else gonna understand. Something Calmar Union. Highest point, Kansas, 1,231 meters. Highest point in Denmark, 170 meters. Okay, well, yeah, that's because Kansas is in the middle of a continent. Denmark is just like an island. It's a couple of islands. Yeah, of course, it's gonna be closer. That doesn't mean that it's not flat. So I do understand nice. Yep. Sure. I get it. I understand everything. Highest point in the Netherlands? I don't know. Probably like 20 feet below sea level. No. They got a hill, right? The Netherlands has got to have at least one decent sized hill. So like 10 feet above sea level? It's pretty good. Pretty high. It's like way up there. Denmark had at one point a literal gravel pile as its highest point. See, that would drive me wild, living someplace that flat. I'd lose my mind. 320 for the Dutch. 320 feet or 320 meters? Not that I know. Not that I can visualize 320 meters. Meters? Boo. Boo. America did not colonize well enough. We failed. Okay. People say that we got a cultural victory from Civ 6. Wrong. People still use meters, even though meters is better. If we had really succeeded, everybody would say feet. It's 1,050 feet. Okay, so it's a hill. Got it. So it's not a mountain. It is literally just a hill. But I suppose is better than nothing. Highest point in the Netherlands, 322 meters, which is also where they border Belgium and Germany. Oh, trying to get the high ground. But it's twice the hill that the Danes got. I mean, this is really a race to the bottom, I think. Like, oh yeah, my short hill is taller than your short hill. It's like, okay, I guess. Yeah. Congratulations. Okay. Category over. Open Google Maps. Google Maps. Then see where the Dutch snaked in. Well, I mean, I could just look at a map of Netherlands. Right? Are you talking about? Oh, I see. I see what you mean. In Maastricht. Is that what you're talking about? I want to make sure I'm not doxing myself. Right here. It's just a hill. Well, you know what? Rightful Dutch clay. It is kind of ugly borders, though. Cutting it off here would have much better borders. But of course, then you'd have to get this land to Belgium. And I don't think the Dutch want to give any more land to Belgium than Belgium already took. I think they're probably fine with keeping what they have and don't really want to share. No sharing. Sharing bad. You can give it to Germany. No. Germany's big enough. Flat is okay if there's any trees. No, flat's still bad. It's not as bad, but still bad. Not sure if Belgium would like more ethnicities in their country. I'm pretty sure Belgium has Dutch people in their country, right? Gotta be at least a couple of them. At least 2 Dutch people have to live in Belgium. Europeans had such PTSD from border war at home, they drew straight lines when they colonized. Yeah, they forgot why there was bad borders. And in doing so, they made things worse. And now we all have to deal with it. We all still have to deal with it now. Why can't they make it a straight line like the US-Canada border? Well, even that was up for debate at a couple of points. But where the exact border was for the US and Canada. It's just much easier to draw a line and be like, yeah, all right, that's it. Good enough. Good enough. And then there's that one island in Washington, which almost caused a war because there's some like pig farmer there that tried to live there, and like the United States wanted to claim it and the British wanted to claim it. It was a whole thing, and then we almost started a war about it, which is so stupid. It's not like the British and the United States wanted a war. It's that the locals kept escalating things. Between Spain and France, there's a border that each year changes ownership. Yeah, that's the island on the river, right? There's like a little island on a river, and they swap it back and forth. Canadians literally hunted beavers to extinction around Vancouver to ensure there was no money to make by going north for the US. It worked. On one hand, that's bad. On the other hand, you gotta respect that. That is some dedication to wipe out an entire species in an area to ensure that your rivals don't want to live there. It was because a pig got shot and war almost broke out before everyone went, wait, this is stupid. Yeah, it's like, who cares about the pig? It doesn't matter. Maine almost started a war over Erostuk. That sounds like a fake word. That's too many O's. I think 4 O's is greedy. That's too many O's. You care about the pig, you want to eat it. Well, then you got to shoot it first. So you win in the end anyways. Do I know about the Hans Island border between Canada and Denmark? No, I do not. In America, what is the northernmost county in Maine? I think we can give up a part of Maine. It gives us cores. Think about it. I'm kidding. We should not go to war with Canada. We were so close. We had so much. Dude. Let me tell you what. If you could control nations in real life like how we do in map games, things would be much worse, actually. It'd be much worse. It'd be so much worse. Any island up by Greenland relatively recently has an official border between Canada and Denmark. Well, you know what that sounds like to me? It sounds like it's time to bring the Monroe Doctrine back. Okay, no Europeans allowed. Technically used to fight over by changing the flag and placing a drink. Oh, I think I have heard of that. Check the Barley-Nassau border. Okay, I will check the Barley-Nassau border and then we will... You will get to gaming. Barley-Nassau. What? Yeah, see, this is why Europeans can't have night. This is why Europeans can't have nice things. What is this? That is horrendous. That's not a border. Okay? That's a kid that can't focus on coloring. Illegal. Illegal. Average Anbennar border? No, that's average Voltaire's nightmare border. That's what that is. Right there in the city before open borders. Well, gotta go to work. We gotta cross the border a couple times, though. Hopefully we don't get arrested. Alright, I'm pretty sure the rules would be relaxed there. You'd hope. You'd hope the rules would be relaxed. But who knows? Like borders like Swiss cheese. Lots of holes in them. Okay, it is time for some Rogeria. Yesterday we left off with the full unification of Eskin. We've got most of it stated up. We're building more governing capacity buildings so that way we can get it all stated up and autonomy down and making lots and lots of money and manpower. We are currently going through quantity ideas. We're halfway through it, but I want to make sure that we take Tech 11 on time. We have finished the section in the mission tree that is all about Roger the Young Owl, our current ruler. He is 69 years old, nice, and will probably die relatively soon. And when he does, we will be sad and we will say goodbye to him. Hopefully, when Prince Roger Silmuna takes over, he has an heir, because if not, we might fall into a personal union, and that would be embarrassing. Super duper embarrassing. But we are moving on to the second part of the mission tree, which is about the nation of Rogeria and taking back the imperial throne. I was going to say from the Wexenards, but they've already lost the emperorship. It's now Istrelor. Istalin was the emperor for a while, but it seems that they have lost some provinces and fell off L. And we had just converted to Coronite as the stream ended. So we are now Coronite, which gives us 2% missionary strength and 10% morale of armies. The Coronites believe that Corin, the recently ascended god of war, is more fit to lead the regent court than Castellos' son Adian. They believe that Adian is too conservative and neglectful, and that the regent court must become a more active part of people's lives. Darkness and tyranny must not simply be held back, it must be rooted out and destroyed. That does mean we have religious unity of 4, which is not good. I do think I want to become Defender of the Faith immediately, because I need that missionary. I may get called into some wars, and that would suck. But for right now, we definitely want to make sure that we are getting that all done, right? Right. We have Coronite Paragon Hood active now. So if we're between negative 33 and 33, we get 0.03 monthly war exhaustion reduction, 3.5% discipline, minus 0.1 yearly corruption, minus 10% aggressive expansion impact. If we are above 33, we get minus 20% fort maintenance, minus 0.1 yearly corruption, and 20% reform progress growth. And if we are at minus 33 or lower, we get 1% missionary strength, 0.03 monthly war exhaustion, and minus 15% war score cost versus different religions. Starting wars lowers it, converting provinces lowers it, expelling races, purging races also lowers it, constructing buildings, developing provinces, and enacting government reforms increases it. So we'll probably be lowering it quite a bit here in order to get to that missionary strength, so that way we can convert things faster. All right, we have some missions that we need to do that were tied to flipping to Coronite. And this mission we can do next year when it is 1531. I will need to make sure that I have 10 units on this province of Iontras so we can complete the next mission. And then I need to make sure that I have 1,000 ducats dues. So that way I can complete this. Half orcs need to be integrated or primary tolerance, integrated or primary. And I need a half orc advisor. Now when we click this mission, we'll get some of that. I don't know if I have a half orc advisor at all. It's a green orc. That's a green orc. Green orc, green orc, Eastamarian, Ferrani half elf. So not yet. Tech reforms, yes. So we've been holding on to our government reform progress in case there was a new special tier 4, and there is. I was correct, which is super, super nice. We have 2 special tier 4 government reforms. We have 2 rulers, 1 people. Every owned regent core province gets plus 5 local tolerance of heretics, minus 100% local missionary strength, minus 100% local religious unity contribution, enables the Edenic bannerets as a holy order. You get plus 1 diplomats, 15% improved relations, minus 4 clergy max privileges. That's kind of nice if you're going for a tolerance game. Pretty good. And we have patronage the Coronite orders, which is what we will be going for. Holy orders serve as the backbone of the Coronite faith, anchoring its influence on the ground level. These groups, dedicated to one of the deities of the pantheon, provide structure, protection, and guidance to followers across the realm. By empowering and utilizing them to their fullest, we can deepen the roots of our faith, strengthening local communities, and fostering unity under our divine cause. With their tireless work, the Holy Orders ensure that the word of Our Lady reaches all who seek her light. Establishing an administrative Holy Order gives minus 5 local governing increase costs to all provinces in the state. A Diplo one gives 5% trade value, and a Mill one gives minus 75% local assault fort ability, which means no one can assault your forts ever. You also get minus 25% established local organization cost, 0.02 increase to your yearly Coronite Paragon Hood decay, and 10% clergy influence. We'll definitely go with that. But you missed complete missions? You have not missed any missions. And then we have tier 5, military doctrines. We could go for half elves. Plus 1 land leader fire. Plus 1 diplo rep. Minus 5% aggressive expansion impact. Tempting. We could go orcs and lose siege ability and fort defense. Gain shock damage and assault fort ability. We will not do that. Unfaltering tradition for cav infantry ratio. Black powder innovation for 5% infantry artillery combat ability. Minus 5% mil tech cost. What do half orcs give? Half orcs give national manpower plus 10%, minus 1% yearly army tradition decay, plus 1 land leader shock, minus 25% army drill gain, and 10% leader cost. I mean, the yearly army tradition decay is super nice. I won't lie. But, I think I'd rather have the Diplo rep. I don't know. Let's do these missions and then we'll see. We'll see. Lothane's heirs. We have to be Coronite for this. And 10 owned provinces that are not in Whistlevale, Balefort, or Cursewood have half orcs. Rogeria owes its path and its future to one of Lothane Blue Tusk Silmuna's heirs, the young owl. But it seems we may have been missing an opportunity when it came to other heirs of the great adventurer and Korentar Grandmaster, the half-orcs of Esken. Though they may not be Blue Tusk's heirs by blood, in deed and word, they have been inspired by the most prominent of their kind. They continue his work, aspire to his skills, and always ask themselves, what would Lothane do? Well, one of the things Lothane did was be a Silmuna, and it should be straightforward enough to make the argument that by serving this last Silmuna line, they can further his cause. We gain a large tolerance of half-orcs, which brings them up to coexistence. The heirs of Lothane will be established in some of our provinces, changing their culture to half-orc, religion to Koronite, and get heirs of Lothane base till the end of the game. 15% local manpower, minus 2% local missionary strength. Ooh, that's a lot of conversions, including Steel Hill, which is a rather large province. I do love that. And that means I should be able to go through now and accept half-orc, right? Oh, no, it's automatically done because it's in our culture group. Right, so we could have flipped half-orc through that event. But then we would have lost a lot of stuff. So that's fine. Now I need a half-orc advisor. Gives minus 5% tech cost, minus 5% idea cost. I mean, we can filter through some advisors here. Green Orc, East Amarian. We'll see. I think we're fine to choose whatever reform we want. Just checking that it's not saying like, oh, you need a specific thing. No, it looks like we're fine. I do need to build up a spy network on some people, though. Spy network on 2 people at 50? Or we need 2 allies with 150 opinion of me. Oh. Yeah, my allies don't like me. That's fair. Okay, yeah, he doesn't like me because yeah. Okay, well, we'll improve relations with our allies then. That'll fix that. And I think we go with half-elves. I think it makes sense, too, for us to go with half-elves. We will lock that in. Now, Salamina, you do not want to be vassalized. Saladrenin, on the other hand, will accept vassalization. I mean, I could have multiple vassals in here. Like, we could have Salamina own this. What ideas do you have? Admin, aristocratic. Whereas you have admin quality offensive. But Saladrenin does have 15% fort defense. So if I turn them into... and 10% morale armies. If I turn them into a march, they'll be pretty good. This unit in the Deepwood's always good. Yeah, but they won't stay like that forever, you know? Ooh, right. We have to go through and choose our orders. And half-orcs are now tolerated. So I can do this. Okay. Well, let's do the mission first. Sons of Rogeria. Army equal to or larger than 100,000. Half-orcs are integrated into primary culture. Rogeria was strong. Rogeria was quick. Rogeria was wise. He had a sharp wit. We're not Roger, no siree, but we sure do try to be. A popular song among Rogerian half-orcs, which was adopted by the army as a marching tune in the early 1500s. Sons of Rogeria. Ever since the young owl took up the crown of Rogeria, the Silmunas have been half-orcs, but while our army's ultimate commander may be a half-orc, among its ranks there are none to be found. Our troops are largely still styled after old Domerian traditions, which have led us this far, but have no prescribed place for a race that did not even exist during the Grand Duchy's heyday. We could find them a place, of course, and we would benefit from having them join as strong and loyal soldiers. But just as the young owl expanded what it meant to be a Silmuna, perhaps this is a chance to reconceive what it means to fight for the Silmunas. The Rogerian half-orc could be the core of a new fighting force designed for the new age we find ourselves in. We can restructure the military and switch over to half-orcish military. We can integrate them into the existing army structure Or we can keep the army humans only. Well, it's not very often that you can flip to half orcish military. Not very often. You're a VOD watching gamer to say hi? Well, hello, Placid Tea Time. You like my YouTube thumbnails? Thank you. I think the Rogeria thumbnails are banger. I think it's a pretty good one. They are kind of bad though. That is the problem. They do have 50% natural manpower and 10% manpower recovery speed. That does stack nice with quantity ideas. 10% fort maintenance is rough. Minus 10% fort defense, also rough. Recruit female generals is whatever. Minus 5% land fire damage, oof. 10% shock damage is fine. And minus 5% shock damage received is fine. Shock damage does fall off. I think I'm going to do it though. Just because what other nation am I ever going to play that has half-orc military? You know? It's just never something I'm going to click. And I think we're going to be fine. I mean, Gawet's keeping up, but I think we're going to be fine. So we'll do it. We'll restructure the army around half-orcs. Yeah, we can't always switch if we really don't like it. So we go from 215,000 max manpower to 239. Okay. And now we... Ooh. Right. That invalidates diplomatic corps because now we're no longer human military, so we have to choose one of the more generic tier 5s. Right. Well, I think we go war games. I think the answer is almost always war games. I'll go for the best tier 5 maze shields. Is that what you consider the best one? It does offset the fort maintenance. I will give you that. Attrition. Yeah, here's the thing. I don't know how many wars we're actually going to do, so I'm not sure it matters. But land attrition is nice. War games, though, very good. But mage shields, minus 10% fort maintenance. I would like to have all of Eskin covered in forts, and that's going to be very expensive. So, I mean, maybe we do. Bottomless bag is better? You like the reinforced speed, supply limit, and reinforced cost reductions? That's fair. That's fair. I'm a big fan of war games. I love the army drill game and regiment drill lost. Drill is so good. It's just... Drill is just so strong when you actually have it. I don't have it right now. I'm going to go war games. I just like it. I just think it's good. It also makes leaders cheaper. You save a lot of mill points that way. Oh, there is the Age of Unraveling. And I can now choose orders. So remember, as Core Knight, we have holy orders. We get to choose the holy orders that we want. So there are 3 options. Well, there's 3 that you get to choose in total. You have an admin, a diplo, and a mill. Corin teaches that it's up to each individual to do their part in the fight against tyranny and evil, and many of the faithful have started organizations to further Corin's cause. Officially promoting one of these orders could help us organize the faithful. The monks of unsanctioned charity are an order of itinerant monks sworn to poverty in the name of Bega. They travel the land aiding anyone who needs help. The New Moon Philosophies are a group of Danish scholars seeking to understand the nature of the divine. They see the Coronite Reformation as an opportunity to throw the shackles of traditional doctrine behind in the quest for the divine mysteries. The Dowagers are a small sect of Esmerial priestesses who see it as their mission to guide Corin into a worthy ruler of the court. They can often be found as advisors to Coronite rulers. The Gallows Peak Grave Knights stress the importance of Nerat's order and justice, even inside Corin's new court. Their primary mission is to rein in those whose zeal unwittingly makes them commit evil and destruction. So the monks give... Right, so they all give minus 15% province governing cost. All the admin ones do. This one gives minus 0.3 monthly devastation, and when you establish it, you get 8 reform progress and 4 Coronite Paragonhood. New Moon Philosophies gives 20% institution spread plus 1 Inno. +4 Coronite Paragon Hood. Yeah, that's for all of them. The Dowagers gave 25% supply limit and -2 aggressive expansion. The Gallows Peak Grave Knights gave -0.1 monthly autonomy and -0.5 corruption. +3 legitimacy or +1 Republican tradition. All pretty good. Feel like we gotta go with the Danish Scholars, though. You know? That's like our thing. We're the Silmunas. Moon. A reduction is nuts. Yeah, but it costs admin points to put in. So it's not too bad, but it is really good. Province governing cost? They all have province governing cost. I'm going to go with the New Moon philosophies. I think it makes sense. And we do need institution spread because we own a lot of land. Cornsfield Colony founded. Have fun. Independent preachers. A strong, prosperous nation is often the benevolent patron of their relevant religious institutions, but with the rise of zealous behavior in our ruler, the people have come to look at Corin's way with their own interpretations of our official dogma. Many self-proclaimed priests of Corin, often self-taught, have appeared across our country preaching her good word. While many are no doubt of pure intent, these independent preachers can border on misinterpretation, or worse, heresy, or even rile the masses and set them against our rule. I don't want to lose missionary strength, so. This is the Diplo order. The Aranite communalists wish to remove sin and excess from Ara's doctrine. They seek to promote bartering over speculation and communal sharing over personal hoarding. The Order of the Orchard sees Manara's love as the love of community over the love of physical pleasures. They work to connect the various local temples into a global Coronite community. The Knights of the Moonfire are an order of naval crusaders devoted to Munas. They see themselves as the harbingers of Corin's global crusade. And the Sarician Sisterhood is a secret society of women who've radically reinterpreted the traditional ideas of Rylan femininity. With chapters all over Canor, they work together to liberate women from the chains of tradition. Hey, Moon dudes, gotta take Moon, right? Okay, well, you know, I don't know if we had to take the Moon dudes. But it is funny, we can get naval force limit for the lake boats. We can have all the lake boats we would ever need. No, we're not gonna take that one because it's really bad for us. The communalists, so they all give national tax. Communalists gave 5% local goods produce and +1 mercantilism. And it moves you 2 towards the center. Interesting. Order of the Orchard gives -25% culture conversion cost and time, and gives a small tolerance increase of all owned races. Which, those kind of work against each other, but this one's very good. Getting tolerance of all owned races is nuts. And then we have the Caesarean Sisterhood, which gives 25% local trade power and +5 favors with a random ally. Do I want to get the trade power to help control my trade nodes, or do I want to grab small tolerance of all races? Or the goods produced is really tempting too. I think I go goods produced. The Aranite communalists. Because if I'm putting this somewhere, I want the base production, which means I want a lot of goods. Like, I want to make money from the state, so I think it makes sense. We'll take the goods produced. And I need to improve with Laurent. I need to improve with Arnaden. Never mind, forget Arnaden. Improve. What's my ally? Allied to your rival? Ooh, okay. I'll break my alliance with Arnaden. How about that? I don't need to be allied to them. Social mobility? Fine. Any half-orcs? Hey! Wasn't this guy cheaper? Yeah, I should have upgraded him. Oh, I need more artillery. 10, 20, 30... 40. We can complete Children of the Green Tide. The Silmuna story is not a happy one. It is a tragedy, rife with loss and pain, and yet, as laid out by the young owl, we yet seek to redeem that tragedy, to write a closing chapter of light and hope. Do we not owe the same to the half-orcs who bear some of Eskin's most tragic stories? Almost everyone has tragedy in their past, but still they seek something more. In recent years, we've accepted many into our armed forces, but it is not enough to let them die for Rogeria. They should live for it as well, as farmers and scholars, as singers and poets. Children of the Green Tide for 20 years, minus 5% tech cost and idea cost. Then we will do that. I need 2,000 ducats for that mission. Yikes. Yikes. And this is our mill order. The Dragonforged Balgarites seek to emulate the great military constructions of their patron god. They see it as their duty to use their skills to feed Khorne's war. Khornite Firebrands is a catch-all term for militant Khornite zealots. This mob wishes to fight evil and convert unbelievers by any means necessary, though their lack of organization can often cause trouble and destruction. The Carmine Crusaders is a crusader order devoted to Fala. They see it as their duty to guide their fellow holy warriors and bring direction to Khorne's crusade. The House of Light apply the skills of Nathaline to Khorne's struggle. Where other crusaders fight the evil that shows its face, they seek to bring the light to evil that lurks in the shadows. So the Dragonforged Balgarites, I like these ones. You lose 1 inflation, you gain 10% fort defense, and minus 10% local fort maintenance. So you just make your forts cheaper. The Khornite Firebrands gives you 5% local missionary strength, which is fine, I guess. But it does give you 1 army professionalism. Carmite Crusaders gives 10% friendly movement speed. Okay, remember that one for later. That's a surprise tool we'll use for later. And then the House of Light blocks slave raids plus 1 attrition for enemies. And minus 10 years of separatism in every state and removes slave trade goods. 25 institution progress in the national capital. I feel like we gotta take that one. There's a lot of slave trade goods out here that I would like to remove. Because it doesn't, well, I don't want to use that over here. Oh. Oh, man. Man. I always want to go here, but I think the House of Light makes the most sense for us. So that's what I'll go for. Okay. Building up more troops. How's my governing capacity looking? We're like right at that level. Can do that. We'll just be converting. Once these cannons are built up, then we will be able to complete Adeline Rogeria. We get the money as well. Going up there, very good. You don't have a general. I can put one on you. Cool, cool, cool. We have a bunch of particularists apparently, and peasants. Why? Weird. Oh, I wasn't covering that one. I wasn't covering that one province. Sad. You not covering your province down here? Man. I'm gonna dissolve that alliance. Why do you not like me? You only have plus 30 relations. That's why. Okay. We should probably try and ally Dame's Crown. Though we have Arboran, and they're not going to like each other, so... maybe not. And we can complete Adeline Rogeria. For the enemies of Rogeria, there is nothing more terrifying than the roar of our artillery batteries. We spearheaded their usage in Eskin in the mid-1500s, and some say that the first design of our cannons were made by the young owl himself. Now, a different half-orc plans to make our batteries even stronger. Adeline is a young prodigy, heiress to one of the most important foundries in our kingdom. She has presented to Roger Young Owl a new design, lighter, cheaper, and with an extended range capable of terrifying our enemies from afar. We get a half-orc Khornite army reformer, 3% or 10% morale of armies, level 3, 50% cheaper to employ. Until the end of the game, we get improved roaring batteries, minus 10% artillery cost, plus 10% artillery damage from the back row. and then we can complete the new Iskani. 10 provinces that are half-orc, 100 admin and mill points, level 3 admin, diplo, and mill advisors. I need at least one of those. And a half-orc advisor is currently employed. Eskin was long defined by its unique cultures, from Castanorian, though it seems to share features with many others, such as only true because it was their foundation, to the unique chivalric traditions of the pre-Greentide nations. The Adventurer States represented another instance of this pattern, as described thoroughly in work elsewhere. Perhaps most notable were the developments of the 15th and 16th centuries, where a new race found its new identity, and nowhere more than in Rogeria. The Half-Orcs Chronicler Brammer of Anbennar 1601, Conwell University Press. The young owl was a half-orc, and a Silmuna. His children were half-orcs too, and Silmuna as well. And as we have followed the path he laid out for us, it has come to pass that many among Rogeria are also half-orcs, and what they lack in Silmuna blood, they more than make up for in dedication to Rogeria's cause. Elsewhere in Eskin, they may still be despised, but here few go a day without paying homage to the half-orc who defined it, and that simply cannot coexist with the prejudice others demonstrate. Indeed, while the majority live lives akin to any of our subjects, Rogerian half-orcs' ability and loyalty has led a surprising number of them to attend court in Rogeria and seek to spend their life furthering our work. Instead of assigning them haphazardly, perhaps we should concentrate their focus on a single aspect of state. For 25 years, they could be administrators, or they can put them in the military for minus 50% general cost. Sure. I do want to switch out this advisor, though. I don't want the morale armies guy. I don't want to fire the event. Oh, it didn't take my 2,000 ducats. Nice. And on the month tick... You're not going up there? Hold on, let me make sure that we are covering everything when it comes to rebels. Here we go. On the month tick, we can complete a couple of missions. The death of Lothane. Our nation has been thrown into mourning. Lothane Bluetusk Silmuna, nephew of Roger the Exiled and father of the young owl, and a way grandfather to our nation, has died at age 105? He did not want to die. He was just hanging on. In his great life, he was a hero of the Greentide, companion to Corin herself, and first Grandmaster of the Corintar. Furthermore, as one of our line, his life forged a bond between us and the knightly order unique in Eskin. Corintari diplomats are received more happily and easily in Rogeria, and their knights respond to our requests for aid more readily. The Corintar shall always be a part of the Silmuna legacy. That's true. Corintar is most certainly a part of our legacy. My 10% stab cost for 5 years. Now I gotta move you over here. And we can complete Exhume Lothane. In the forest on the outskirts of Iontris, there is a small cottage. There, a man spent his last decades in a well-deserved peace, and now he lies in a humble grave. Here is the resting place of Lothane Bluetusk Silmuna, a great and noble man, hero of the Greentide, responsible for many great deeds to which our nation owes its existence. No Rogerian would dare deny that he is a true and legitimate member of our house, and he deserves no less than to lie alongside his forefathers. For 10 years, we get minus 0.05 monthly Core Knight Paragon Hood. And we have the Silmuna Mausoleum. We've exhumed Vincent, Adin, Roger, and Lothane. Rogeria has a temple, 30 development, and at least 1,000 ducats. Though they may not be able to live together in glory, all Silmuna shall rest forever as a family in peace. The remains of the Lilac War heroes have been recovered from the old owl to Rogeria the Exiled. Now we must give them a burial worthy of their legacy. As we carry on the torch, we must not forget the fire from which we lit it. To that purpose, Rogeria will serve us as well. A mausoleum must be built to house the great rulers of the past, and it shall be built with the magnificence and care that these rulers put into our people. No expenses should be spared. After all, who we are is defined by the legacy that has been and our legacy to come. Lose 1,000 crowns. Till the end of the game, we get +1 yearly legitimacy and splendor and minus 0.05 monthly Core Knight Paragon Hood. And now we have to wait for 1550, and we need 25 provinces that are Core Knight. And that is what is holding us back from doing a bunch of this mission tree with our current leader. Let's take Miltech and Diplotech That'll work. And I think we can spend this money now on government capacity. Going back to sleep, be back when it's 1550? What? Man, I'm paying a lot of money now. Yeah, fort maintenance of 16 ducats. That's expensive. That's for sure. Wait, why is my trust with them low? I guess I did deny a call to arms. Let's start improving with Saladrenin. We want to vassalize them before Sirenvar forms and vassalizes them. And let's improve with our allies. Make sure they're all happy with us. Yeah, this does take us over our gov cap. I don't particularly care. It's fine. It'll go back down. 65 ducats. We have minus 33% reinforced cost. This minus 5% land maintenance is going to be super nice. Super, super nice. Ooh, so you're paying 20 for optimal fort expenses? I think optimal fort expenses are a lot more, to be fair. Man, we got a lot of rebels. And I'm not even overextended. I'm just chilling. To be fair, a lot of them did get their occupations off when we were busy fighting everybody. Look at this list. What the heck? I just want to be chilling and drilling. That's all I want to be doing right now. Chilling and drilling. We have 174,000 force limit. Okay. Why don't you improve allies? Make sure they're all happy with me. Poor quality copper. Okay. You know what? I think we're just gonna... I'm kind of tempted just to fully state everything up. Fine. To proclaim a guarantee on you. Yeah, I'll knowledge share to Saladrenin. That's fine. And transfer your trade power to me. I can improve with... Who can I improve with? Suppose I start improving with electors. Magisterium flips over to Coronite. That's really good. Because that's going to target the Empire culture provinces first. We might actually get a decent amount of Coronites, which we do need because we need to win the League War. We do need to win the League War. I will send you a gift. 50 ducatty dues. Let's grab ourselves a vassal. Ooh, free stability. Minus 10% admin tech cost. Okay. I guess I could take that. That's not bad. Only 283 to take admin tech. I'm not building any textile manufactories at the moment, but it would give me 20% production efficiency. 64 ducats to 77. Yeah. Ooh, I can choose a naval doctrine. Naval maintenance, please. A new march has appeared. Yeah, I think so. Hey, we do want to march him. Mostly because if we can make a strong elven march, like that's really good. I have boats. I have naval force limit. There's a difference. I don't know how, but I do. Also, We have 179 force limit. Okay, it gives us a couple force limit. It's not like great, but damn. Rippy Dippy. The death of the young owl. The Teresker was illuminated by the dim light of a crescent moon on a starless night. The sounds and spectacle of the Caragulus ball near Rogeria were almost whispers, lost in the distance from the small barge that continued his journey alone down the river, soon to enter a land found nowhere in Halan. The barge, decorated in the colors of Rogeria, was occupied by only 2 passengers. After decades of life, of ruling, of plans to leave his mark on history, Roger could finally devote all his time to the only thing that mattered more to him than his legacy. They both laughed while Roger refilled the glasses before he handed one to Marjorie. They continued talking of memories of the past, old victories and happy moments. The new Skogtrin planted in Eskin, the Coagulus balls, the reconstruction of Rogeria, the night on Balmire. They both laughed again as the music, played by ethereal musicians, changed. Our wedding song, she said, extending her hand to him. Roger got up holding his wife's hand and both danced to the rhythm of the music on a starless night, illuminated only by the dim light of a crescent moon. As long as Rogeria stands, the young owl will be remembered. Rippy Dippy. Now we have Emperor Roger Silmuna, a 5/4/2 careful ruler. And I think I just go to war. That's how careful I am. We're real careful. You know, we gotta prove ourselves or whatever. I want to secure this glade at the very least. Vampires are apparently causing problems. What's new? All they seem to do. Ooh, the old owl, the young owl, the last owl. No, I have a feeling we're going to have another ruler after this because he's just so old. There's a consort. I need a kid. I mean, we could... Let's take some loans for a rite of conception. My mages aren't strong. So it's not likely to succeed either. But we could do it. It's fixed dynasty. Yeah, I know. I'm worried about becoming a personal union when we're at peace, though. Worrying about personal union while we're at peace. Minus 5% to our unit upkeep. Super nice. No! Silver Tusk got that? Boo. Boo. Well... I guess we take what we've occupied. Part of me wants to make 2 subjects. One in the eastern deep woods and one in the western deep woods. You know what I mean? I think we're gonna do that. They're a lot of war score, aren't they? They're 99 war score. Well, if I get a border, build a spy network, we can make it work. Two stars will be much more manageable. Yeah. We're going to do that, and then I'm going to feed Solidrenin a bunch of stuff. I could force convert Solidrenin. They could also just convert on their own, though. You know? I'm going to do it. Yeah, it's super cheap for me to do it right now. This goes over to them as well. And okay, so this is technically on the wrong side, but I'm gonna feed it over to Saladrenin anyways, just because I can't core it. And I'm not coring these because I'm gonna give them back anyways. Yeah? Yeah. Let's build a spy network. Bring you over here. That'll work out well. Beast Eater. Ooh. Yeah, I mean, I could do that. What is this? At least one province in the Kurlan area is owned by Rogeria. Yeah, because that means I can go to war immediately. In which case, I don't need to declare war to break this up. I can just declare war on it afterward. I'm going to grab a general from the nobles. Okay. I'm going to risk a rite of conception. Who knows? Maybe we'll get lucky. I never do. I never, ever do. Your Alafil Garn is guaranteed by Corvuria. Oh. Oh, that's a problem. Well, no, it's not. I can just feed them a bunch of land. I didn't realize they're so big. Let's Kobledrize Salamina. I'm not going to take anything from Sala Elend in this war. Or Sala Senag. So that's fine. Or Sala Aeth. But I'll call in all my allies. If anything, it just means that Corvuria won't be a problem. They wouldn't be a problem anyways, but my allies will ensure there's no problem. You have the 5 siege general. That's good. Let's get you onto that siege. We must grow larger. We'll take a loan. It's not a big deal. We'll survive one measly little loan. One measly tiny little loan is fine. Actually, don't worry about those. You can worry about all of this. We're really just filling time till 1550. I think getting subjects makes a lot of sense. You have a 4-2 general. That is unfortunately the best we've got. Quantity ideas moment. We do get a stack wipe though. Elves' capital has fallen. You'll love to see it. As soon as you back up here, let's start working on Salamina's capital. Now, I don't know aggressive expansion-wise if I can do this. I hope I can, since we're careful. Not a great fight, but I was already moving. Worker slavery pays off. I really wish there was another way to get rid of those. But I guess that's why you have the option to grab the Holy Order. That is what you can do. 40, let's continue to state stuff up. Yeah, you know what? I'm just going to state everything up. And, well, no, because that's going to give us more aggressive expansion. I could put in some admin holy orders, though. Right? Because that lowers province governing costs by 15%. And also gives 20% institution spread. Now, when am I going to want that over 5% good produced? Yeah. It does give one inno, though. Like this state, we definitely want goods produced. We want local goods produced here. It's T. We definitely want local goods produced here on the gold mine, and we want goods produced here on the gold mine. Right? After that, though, we have some states that are just mostly cows. Now, Eskin, it's tempting to go for the goods produced here because it's so highly developed. But it is mostly just manpower stuff, which means I kind of want to put the House of Light here for 10% more local manpower. Right? I mean, it's cow, grain. This has fur and glass and iron. This would be another goods produced province. You know what would be a really good idea? We could put the admin on Castaneth. What is my highest gov cap using state? Does it show that? You can sort by development. The Terran Plains, Silvervord, Merexer, Whistlevale, Rohibon, Cursewood, Nortmere. Mirror. It's got fish. Yeah, you know what? Let's throw local province governing cost on this one. It goes from 47.5 gov cap to 36.55. Not bad. Not great, but not bad. And we do need to develop this gold mine. We should probably focus on converting it so that way I can do it. It'll swap away from High Laurentish at some point. I don't need to worry about that. Hey, Feud Guard, how you doing? You have quantity, so no need for the military one. I mean, I suppose that's fair. But more is better. Bigger number makes me feel better about myself. So, you know, a different perspective. The administration we have set up is heavily inspired from whence we hail, even if some influence of the former Ascani realms can be felt. Our rule is quite different from what Eskin used to know. Chivalric Eskin is long gone, and what we have built is meant to replace, not simply emulate and rebuild. As such, the refugees that expected a return to what their parents or grandparents knew and taught them feel a bit conflicted. Should we assuage their concerns? Yeah, that's fine. Please don't take my stability. Thank you. That's free development. Mill 1 is useless? It's not useless. Not useless. It's one base manpower development in every province. You know. And 25 institution progress on national capital is pretty nice. It means I might not need to develop the next institution of printing press. Stillborn child. Average mage birth process thing. It always just be like that. 2,000 ducats into the void. It does also get rid of slaves, which, you know, it's possible we could get gold from them. I test it out, but I want to finish the ideas. I want to lose that land attrition and the land force limit. Maybe we should have gone for the bottomless bags. And just stack land attrition and then never take attrition ever. Literally ever. I hope attrition in EU5 is much worse. I hope it hurts more. Remember the bonuses you get from the reform, not the order itself? Oh. It's not... What? What are you talking about? Or are you talking about the extra... minus 10 years of separatism in the state, plus 1 attrition for enemies, and block slave raids? You're saying the tier 4. This? Oh, the local assault fort ability. Yeah, no, that is pretty useless. That's right. That's true. It's probably more useful in multiplayer. But in single player, yeah. Meh. AI is not going to assault your forts all that often. And when they do, it's... You know, there's like no one in the fort already. 525 air? I'll take that. We should start piecing out these other elves. You need to walk here. Need to walk here. How are you taking attrition here? Oh, wow. Goblin Skulkers, Howl in the Night. Okay, get off that province. Not good. Not good. That is 3 attrition. Ouch. Ouch. That's like sitting on a kobold province. Corveria, I will gladly take your war reps and money. Thank you. I will build more governing capacity buildings. Another general bites the dust. And we'll feed what we can over to Silmuna. I'm worried about making them too big and them losing their march bonuses. But if they do, they do. I can get a moderate tolerance increase, or I can get a bunch of money. I like money. Rotate you guys down. I think I need to annex this because I have the aggressor expansion reduction. $65. I mean, it's bad, but it doesn't matter all too much because it's just against the elves, and as long as I just keep eating the elves, it won't matter. They should retreat here. Nope. They did not. They did not, in fact, do that. Just fine. Oh, they retreated all the way over here and gave me a free siege check. Thank you. Very kind. Artisty artisans outperform local guilds. Good. I only care about results. Just, you know, succeed. You, war reps, money. We walk back into our territory. You, war reps, money. Interesting. Bulgu Orizon. Isn't that the Orcish? Is that an Orcish religion? Oh, they'd accept vassalization. Well, they're dead. Those elves they're wilding out there. You, I am going to full annex. Yeah, no one really cares. I'll take all of that. Then I'm going to feed Saladrenin. Everything over here. Good. Good. Ooh. I may need to... Can I core these? Yikes. That's okay. We can sit on the overextension a little bit. It's not a big deal. And then I can release Salafil Garn. They lost their cores up here when I annexed them. That's okay. I'm going to enforce religion on them. Because they will get over it. When we get vision on Blight Seed, or on Heart Grinder, whatever their name is, we will go after them. Yeah? Sounds like a plan. Let's set vital interest on the rest of... well, everything. Rest of the Deep Woods, really. Because that's what I want. I want all the rest of the Deep Woods. Make claims if you can. Want it all. Just claim it. I might be able to ask them for maps. Hello, my subjects. You say no because you're just loyal. You say yes because you are loyal. That does lower my prestige quite a bit, but it's fine. We're going to go like that, and we are going to make sure Royal Mary, our vassal here, elven monarchs prefer to marry other elves. Not the kind of elves I know of. We're going to pay off that loan. Oh, you can stand there. Pretty good. You guys need to lead the Deep Woods. Then... yeah. Let's also set all this as vital interest, because I'd like to feed it over to Coog Deer. Sorry, Dark Scales. Sorry, though, guys. I could core up the land. If I go kill Beast Eater real quick, then I can for sure do this. Ooh, a free stab and 50 diplo points. Thank you. You just stand there. Then I can core it all up and help out my subject here. More GovCat, please. I don't need to take Diplotech yet. Ooh, war taxes. How much? How much did I waste? How many mill points did I throw away? Answer is a lot. Busy building a courthouse. Okay, well, stop that. I'll core it up for you. Good guy, us. Good guy, us. Can you stand anywhere better? Yeah. You start drilling. And let's improve with Saladrenin. And improve with Salafil Garn. Who, hey, is Core Knight. Nice. Didn't even have to force convert him. Ask Everin and Irlium. Abdel Tunger is calling me in. I will accept. I'll send a stack down. If you give me access. I'm not going to get the access, but if you want me down there, here you go. Ooh. I will send a stack down to help. I'm a good ally. Do not let anybody tell you differently. Also march him so he's not mad. Yeah, probably. There is quantity IDX finish, minus 25% land attrition and 33% land force limit modifier. And we complete the final national idea, Shadow Moon Conspiracy. Named after the Rogerian flag, which contains the Elven Moon on black, the Shadow Moon Conspiracy is allegedly a hidden network of Silmuna loyalists that plot to put a Silmuna back on the Imperial throne of Anbennar. 20% spy network construction. We also unlock... ooh. I will go for Provincial Taxation System. 15% manpower recovery speed, minus 5% land maintenance modifier. That puts our force limit up to 270 troops. Which we should probably build up to. goldfish? I can't march them, guys. We're at war. What do you want? We're at war. I can't march them up when we're in a war. Relax. I want the prestige from missionaries. Unless there was something else that I forgot. Which is very possible. No, prior, you forgot I enforce religion? Oh, I did do that. You're right. You're so right. That's why he's mad. Otherwise, he wouldn't be mad at me. You're right. Okay, my bad. True. That's real. That's real. Our capital definitely is going to get some goods produced going there. This is a state of just iron. All goods produced that one. And all goods produced you. Goblin refugees. Right, that's gonna help us get our prestige up a whole bunch. Now we do max out at 100 prestige. That's our equilibrium, so it's not too bad. It's all occupied by Abdel Tunger. This is occupied by me, which I don't want. So let's flip it all over to the Tungies. There you go. Make sure they don't try and attack my guys down here. Doesn't seem like they're interested. Is good. Build more governing capacity buildings. I don't love how Silver Tusk has flipped Coronite. That is a little upsetting. That's going to be a hell of a lot more aggressive expansion on all these guys now. Go figure. Yes, yes. It takes us over our gov cap. I don't care. I just want to be done stating up Eskin. There we go. All of Eskin fully stated. Now we just let the autonomy drop. We build troops. And we kick ass. That's all it takes. No. Okay. They could have probably killed these 12,000 troops if they had attacked. Okay, and our conversions are coming through quick. Irlium has gotten troops from Catarata. Classic. Classic. The hug box continues. It never ends. Never, ever stops. I know that we haven't converted this yet, but it's fine. Oh. I fought at him. Okay. Well, let's go for their capital. I want to convert this gold mine, please and thank you. That way I can make a bunch of money. New debate in Senate. I think I want dev cost or construction cost. I think I want dev cost. I'm sorry, did that say a level 3 90% cheaper to employ? That's wild. It would help me convert more. You know what? Yeah. Let's grab that. That's really good. Mobilize, ignore corruption. Look, monastery privileges. Cool. Awesome. So that gives me a stupid cheap advisor. That's like old-time technocracy advisor right there. Wild. Wild, wild, wild. That means that I can buy down this inflation to nothing. And it gives me an extra missionary on the month tick. That way we can convert faster. More conversions! Yippee! Our troops are hurting down here. Ordaldresia flips Burn as a center of trade, but has not flipped religions yet. That's interesting. Benin flipped. Ulair flipped. We're gonna need more people flipping. Gonna need a lot more people flipping. Kuwait is no longer a valid rival. Firing is busted. Okay. There's a stack wipe there. Move you down. Yep, get toll. Oh, Kuwait is announced me as a rival. They are a valid rival again, apparently. Public child. I want to hand these provinces over. The prosperous duo. Castenath and the Northern Citadel were once the center of the world. From the Northern Citadel ruled generations of Castans. Never disconnected from the Empire, they ruled as the City of World's Desire always remained in view. While Castenath prospered under the watchful gaze of the Northern Citadel, it remained safe in the knowledge that even as its cityscape changed many times since antiquity, the Citadel atop the distant mountain remained constant. The two giants' survival is a testament to their sturdiness and importance, as not all of Balgar's wonders remain. The aqueduct, which once connected the Northern Citadel and Castenath, lies now as a hollow shell of its former glory, with the centuries-old marble plundered by desperate scavengers and ambitious sculptors alike. While the Southern Citadel, the palace of dreams and luxury which dwarfed the opulence of rival courts across the continent, has long since fallen, Castenath and the Northern Citadel stood the test of time. Although those glorious days are long gone, the prospect of mutual prosperity between the Northern Citadel and Castenath has once again become an achievable goal. For the first time since the chivalric kingdoms, our state possesses the resources to restore some of the fragments of Castanor's magnificence. I could get minus 20% advisor cost to make this guy even cheaper. You also get 3 development in the North Citadel. The Castenath area could get minus 5% dev cost for 10 years. Or we can get minus 10% dev cost in Castenath and 10% local production efficiency. I think I'm just going to take the North Citadel development. The cheaper advisors is nice too, but I want the development. Goed. I need to re-rival Goed. What they're telling me. We go. We're free. What? What the friggity frack? How? That's illegal. How does Catarata own that? How? Oh, that's how. Where Sartanshis is a satrapy of Catarata. I'm sure glad I'm not doing an Abdel Tunger game, because that'd be real upsetting. That'd be real upsetting. March and transfer provinces. Yeah. Oh no! That was given to Saladrenin? L. It's Jover, 1444. 1444. Right. Yep, you're not going to royal marry me because you're an elf. We're going to sell C's. That's going to give us 5,000 ducats dues. A couple things we can do with that. We can get Balmeyer up to level 2. That gives us minus 15% fort maintenance. Pretty good. We can get the North Citadel up to level 2. That gives us 5% more governing capacity. Really good. Or I can build a bunch of economic buildings. I think it's time for economic buildings. Or... oh no, I can't cast the spell for cheaper mages. That's not allowed. I can also stop focusing half-orcs. I don't need to do that anymore. When do I get my stuff back? When can I do this again? Not grant the same privilege to cast spells. 4 years? I can save up the money. I can save the money, and we can see what it looks like. Yeah. Rival Goed back. The kobolds are getting got. I could get involved. I'm going to warn Shattered Crown. I don't want them getting involved. We could do more wars in the Deep Woods, though. Like Cursed Howl, I can feed a lot of that over to our subject. I think that's what I'm going to do. If we don't have a CB on him. I do here, though. Yeah. That's fine. I can call the Tungies. We just won't take anything from Silver Tusk. Because my subject won't have the admin to... well, I didn't transfer! Frick! You know what? I got 1 out of 2. Okay, that's pretty good. That's a pretty good amount. That's like 50%. That's basically passing. When you really think about it. Alright? When you really think about it, that's basically passing. Okay? Like, I'm proud of myself for remembering one thing. And you should be too. We go for the bare minimum here. The bare minimum. Look, I just want to hold on to the land a little bit longer. All right, I like the land. I like it. It's good stuff. Where is a lot of farmland? This is a ton of farmland. What trade goods we got here? Paper, iron. This is our old capital. Let's go. Goods produced. Goods produced, national tax. Isn't there a map mode for this? Not state edicts. Oh, I do need to get rid of that too. No, it's geographical. Did I miss it? Did I skip it? Yeah, I did. Local organizations. Yeah, we don't got many of those. Maybe we should stop focusing mill. Or stop focusing admin. If anything, we're going to want to focus Diplo next. Oh, this is going to give us more gov cap? Huge. Huge, huge, huge. Now I want to get the other gold mine converted. You come up here. Stop that. You convert this gold mine. And then we'll develop it afterwards. Yeah. Ow. Love slavery. I'm trying to get rid of it, okay? I gotta take Miltech on time, though. Gotta take Miltech on time. Goods produced. Goods produced. Goods produced. How am I supposed to not get 5% goods produced everywhere? You know? Like, the other ones are good, don't get me wrong, but it's goods produced, man. It's cracked. It's better than good. It's great. You are going to die. I don't care if you don't want to die. You're gonna go. It's Jover for you, sap chopper. You've chopped your last sap. No more chopping. The deep woods are for the elves. And me. Really more specifically me, but technically for the elves. You will give up. Same thing with you, bozo. You're going to the other elves. They don't want to peace out either. I'll find you. I'll find you. Only a matter of time. I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna occupy you. Nope. Nope. Next month. I lost anti-monstrous against Bladebreaker. I guess that's true. Forge Master Union's around now. Oh, you're gonna give that over to Saladrenin. The Vault, all's well that ends well. I guess they got the good ending. Skill issue on my part once again. AI showing that they get all the good options every time. I'll just say they're cheating. Boom. That is Curse Howl's army gone. You. Peace. Thank you. Boom. I might be able to seize this. If I take a... If I take a teleporty bit... Like, if I take this teleporty bit... Then I can seize Vir Conte and give it over to Salafilgarn. I don't know if it's, like, necessary, but... I kind of want to do it. And there's not much I can do about Vir Feel. Kind of have to accept that I messed up on that one. Well, that's also a teleporty bit, right? No, it's not. That's just a regular Gladeway, not a Fey Touch Gladeway, which is different. That's a different thing. Different thing. Do the 10 Diplo Dev. Much money are we making now? 106 ducats a month. Okay. So you need to give it all over to us. That's all for sure going to Salafilgarn. Yeah, they don't have as much war score cost as I do. Can I take it all back then? Well... Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. We just go for the full annex. Now, this is technically not in the deep woods. No, it is. Okay. Cool. Go on. What are they going to do about it? And then I can just seize this. Look, it all works out in the end. Well, not for the orcs, but for everybody else. Which means I can actually transfer these two provinces directly over to Saladrenin. This Fey touched? Nope. This one is, though. Means I can take all these, and this is... Okay, so this is technically... It belongs to him, so he's gonna get to keep it. Okay, there's a little bit of bias here for this guy, but that's okay. And then I'm not going to take anything here because I'm already going to overextend Salafilgarn a lot. So I'll take money and war reps and call it a day for that war. Boom, 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 boom. Now I can hand those provinces off. But first, let me seize from you. I'm going to take this province, and you're going to be fine with that. You're not going to be a big baby. Yo! I can fix everything. Huge. Nice. Nice. And like, yeah, he's a little mad, but he'll get over it. I can grant you that. And I can grant you that. And then we can go to Salafel Garn and we can say, hey, have that bad boy. Have that bad boy. That. 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 I'll just keep all the rest of this stuff that they can't core up. You know, we might be close. It'd be very funny when they can't core the one province I seize to give them. Nope, we're good. The Liberties will decrease by 2% and become 14%. Why? Oh, they have a core there. Well, that's pretty nifty. Yippee! Now I can go to Maladrenin, where I forget again. I can grant you those 3 provinces. Hornwood, Baines Fork. Cool. Being late on Miltech is meta now. Goblins. Is that true? We hate Miltech. All the homies hate Miltech. Miltech's for losers. It's for nerds. Do I have all that set as vital interest? I do. March is possible. Oh. I suppose it's fine. He's allowed to do that? He's allowed to form Siren Bar as a subject? Well, that sucks, because these ideas are not as good. Damn. Scammed. Scammed. Actually scammed. I suppose we'll survive. I suppose we'll survive. Now our truces are up. Salah Aeth is in 44. Salah Elin in 44. Salah Senag in 44. So 2 years. 2 years and we go to war with those guys. That works. Kobolds, I'm sorry. It's nothing personal, okay? It's just business. Just simply business. Can't let the kobolds have a good game. Nope. I'm sorry. Can't happen. I want to accept the common goblin. Or I could culture convert goblins away. Nah, I'll accept them. The halflings haven't culture flipped yet. Do they not culture flip? I thought they did. I thought they flipped eventually. Dude, look, I feel bad. I feel really bad every time I see the goblins leaving your country event. All right, I'll say it. I feel bad. And so, you know, why can't they just hang out? Why can't they simply hang out? Okay, this can become New Moon Philosophies, I guess. I'm trying to find ways to spend my admin points. Which means I should really stop focusing admin, and I'm going to swap over to a Diplo focus because we know we're going to need it. Kobolds, you don't even have a fort? Come on, man. You're making this too easy, my guy. There's nowhere I need to stay up. There's nothing I can spend them on. I'm just going to take this. I'm going to fix our gov cap problem, too. I'm so sorry, kobolds. It's nothing personal. I just gotta take all your land. It's gotta happen. The dwarves have got to do dwarf things, I'm afraid. Yeah, I'm gonna have to deal with my subjects rebels for a while. Oh, Sirenvar says, no, man, don't worry about it. I got it. Well, there goes an elven generation. Dealing with one rebel stack. That's it for them. Never going to see those guys again. Now Kugdir's going to he-hoo them? They might. They might. I wish I could force my vassals to not do that. But... oh, I didn't need to re-influence them. And transfer everything over to Kugdir. It will peace out. 17 aggressive expansion. Ouch. Sorry, kobolds. Cool. We can declare war. We can kobold dry. Shattered Crown will not join. And let's go. Doo-doo. The Ruby of Rubyhold. Rubyhold may be renowned today as one of the largest communities of surface dwarves in Canor, but some would say it was the reason why the Dwarvar fell. The hold was established by a group of independent dwarves who later swore fealty to all Dwarv in return for protection and influence. In doing so, they sent the finest ruby they had managed to unearth from their hold as a show of loyalty. And now we get it. 10 prestige and 5% improved relations till the end of the game. Pretty sweet. Next up, we go for war score cost versus different religions. You can just say the diamond dwarves. Yeah. It do be like that. That's our second reformist in a row. Too bad he's old as heck. I'd love for him to live forever, but ain't gonna happen. We got 10,000 sitting in the bank. We're just ready for the horde curse. We're just saving up for it, just in case. Never be too careful. I can also build a lot more troops, and I should build them. I don't know if I need that many more cannons. I'll build one more stack with cannons in it, and then I think I just want to build like 30, 60... 90,000 troops. I don't really want to spend money. Because again, League War. The League War will happen at some point. I need more people to flip. Though, to be fair, we could just cheese the League War. And just insta-deck it, because we will definitely be the leaders. Alright, there you go, Kugdir. Kugdir's like, damn, being a vassal's pretty good, actually. Yeah, kind of nice. We can take those techs. We can upgrade to the Thorn formations. upgrades our infantry. Goed is no longer a rival. That is most certainly true. You know, they do own land that we have claims on. We have to go to war with the... We gotta go to war with the elves here in a second, so I'm not going to. We're gonna stay focused. I should be improving relations, though, with neighboring countries. Okay, not those two neighboring countries. How about not Goed in Ibavar? Anybody else? Anybody else is fine. Yeah, we can cast a mage spell now. Mages are currently at 36 influence. If I summon the diet, that gets them to 41. Dwarf Hope is owned by Rogeria. I mean, I could do that. That's true. But it looks like Kugdir is going to need some time to core everything up. Athfork is Core Knight? I mean, eventually it will become Core Knight. Unless it's Seat of Strong Aristocrats. No, it's not. Cool. That means... Number one, I gotta get rid of this embargo. Number two... Okay. I forgot what I was gonna do. Classic. Classic Poemu moment. I got plans on plans on plans, but I can't remember them. Brain too small. Brain too small. Bring all of you up here. Cast a spell. Yes, thank you. I wanted to try and see if I can get them up to 66 influence. I don't know if I can. I can get 10% from reduced research regulations, but that's it. Do I have a mage tower in my nation? I do not. Well, let's get one built. I'm stupid. Wait. I have access to selling next June, so I'm going to wait to do that. I'm going to sell, seize, then I'm going to cast the spell. And maybe we'll get an event for a bunch of mage influence, copium. Oh, also, Kugdir, congratulations. You've converted to the true religion. Crimson Deluge. As the prophets of Corin spread her message across the continent, what can only be described as an apocalyptic scene has transpired in many parts of the Empire. The sky would darken, as if about to rain, only to open and release a torrent of blood onto the unsuspecting citizens. Horrified, crowds of people rushed to the streets, trying to escape from the plasma showers. Many were crushed and trampled as they attempted to escape what could only be seen as the end of the world. Whether someone acknowledges Corin or Adean as their divine mother or father, all agree that this is irrefutable evidence of a bloody and terrible war in the heavens themselves. It is only a matter of time that rivers are not fed by the blood of gods, but by the blood of men. A sign of Corin's truth. 50 admin points. I could also try and grab a mage advisor for a little bit more influence as well. When do I get my parliament? 49. I don't need to wait for the parliament. It's fine. I will wait three more months though. Wyvern spotted and Pixieberry, okay. Invite gnomes? I won't invite them, but they're welcome. Also, we do have some more Coronite flips. Istralor is Coronite. Wex is Coronite. Barlison is Coronite. Gisden, Coronite. Dame's Crown, Coronite. Menabor, Coronite. Blueheart, Coronite. Kind of wish that Wex was on the other side, but I get it. Fine. We're going to sell Seas. That gives us 16,000 ducats. We are going to cast Aid Constructions for 1,400 crowns. Gives us minus 20% construction cost and minus 20% construction time. We are going to build a bunch of economic buildings. Actually, cancel that. Let's just build a bunch of manufactories. Because it saves us more money if I build manufactories. Workshops aren't that expensive. Even though they do make me a decent amount of money. Probably worth more to do this. I'm going to skip cows. Don't really need to do that. Even these, which are not worth as much. That's fine. Get a bunch of manufactories built up. Time to spam forts. Yeah, dude. Yeah. Oh. Okay. I suppose that's one way to do it. Yeah, Siren Bar's getting vassals and they're becoming my vassal. Well, I didn't really want that. But okay. I guess we have more vassals now. Improve with subjects. Alright, well, I guess we can leave the Deep Woods. They can't go to war with Silver Tusk for another couple of years. Truly an epic Siren Var moment. Yep. Truly one of the moments of all time. Well, hey, good news! I guess we can go to war with Goed. I should go to war with Vrorin March first. Arboran, I need you to be a pal. I need you to break your alliance with Vrorin March. Thank you. Laurent will not join. So I will declare war for Isolde. Dun, 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 dun. Off we go into the breach. Once more into the breach or whatever. Oh, I should probably ask if you guys wanted to be generals. Sorry. Too fast with it. I will divert some troops to do with those orcs. Because my vassal will not be able to deal with them for himself. You can go to Isolde. Luckily, Kugdir still has their capital fort. That is good stuff. Bring you out of there. It's a good thing we have a lot of Diplo relations. Nobles! Strong duchies, please. That still puts us one over our Diplo relations. I think that's fine. I will just annex this guy. I'll just annex these guys and feed them over to the elves. I think it's fine. Ooh, I bet you I can expand development on some provinces. I sure can. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I sure can. Oh, okay. Our guy died. Rippy Dippy. Rippy Dippy. He was good, too. He had that minus 10% aggressive expansion impact. That will suck. Not the end of the world, though. Zedovic has fallen. They deleted the fort on Balvroin because the AI is very smart. The AI is super duper smart. Never been a smarter AI out there. Much particularists. How is autonomy looking? Overall, fine. That just looks like individual events or province modifiers. It doesn't look like we're actually having too big of a problem there. So it'll go down. I do have mill points to spare now, though. So let's get rid of all of the slaves in our nation. What are we going to get here? I want to see the new trade goods. Hey! That's pretty good. Add that in. New gold mine unlocked. It's simply that easy. Everybody complains about trade goods. Simply get rid of slavery and get gold. Okay, that one wasn't as good. There is a small chance of tobacco down here, which could be interesting. More slaves. No more slaves. No more slaves. 4% chance of gold here. Any chance? Any luck? Maybe? Naval, 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 livestock, grain, naval, iron. Well, can't win them all. I missed one province there. And that'll be all the slave provinces gone. A free Eskin, that's right. He's still coring this. He's almost done with it. I'm going to build a fort on that hold for him because I know that his ass won't do it. Because he's stupid. And then the fort will be built, and then they can repair it. Do I have? I do not. Let's get a ramparts built on that province. Do I have ramparts down here? I do not. Let's do so. Ramparts. Ramparts. Technically, I should just delete this fort so that way they can't walk through. Because due to zone of control, they can walk into this province and Rotten Step and then walk through into False Harbor, which is a worse fort than Ballmeyer. So I should be careful about that. I have no boats, so I can't contest anything there. That is 84% war score. I would ask if we should release a vassal up here, but I don't think so. Hey, Busalar? Why am I allied to your rival? Why did you rival Abdel Tunger, dummy? Hello? Tell him? Big tell him? You better convert, tell him. You don't want to be on the wrong side of this war. Also, Eberthil has Nathalir. Because it annoys you? That's a good point. That's a good point. Centaurs are still here. They're expanding. Still a great power, by the way. Irlium's a great power. You know, back in my day, great power meant something. Nowadays, anybody can be a great power. They just hand out titles like it's nothing. You used to be terrified of great conquerors, of great powers. Now, They ain't nothing. Centaurs still refuse to hit the raise button? They don't know. The Centaurs lack critical information. Okay, so governing capacity is not looking great. I mean, that's kind of like the least amount that I want to take. Give me that island as well. So, like, we could do this. Take a whole bunch of land. It only really makes Gwed mad. That doesn't really matter all that much. I don't want to be overextended, though. So let's just take this here. Yeah? It doesn't give me the center of trade, but it's whatever. I don't want to be overextended for no reason. Gwed can, in fact, cope. They are, in fact, next. We'll take a little bit less. I'll take money and war reps. And yeah. That gives us a small ebon steel forge. Oh, Gwed. Vern is defender of the Regent Court faith. Vern, you have a center of reformation, man. I mean, I don't care. Armoran will not accept because of attitude towards enemies. So you're a traitor, is what you're saying. So what you're saying is you're a coward and a traitor. That's how I'm interpreting the situation. What did I declare war for? How did I know? Go back. Go back. Go back to the Urtik. We're burning. No. I can't get to the island. I don't have boats. We can't do that. We gotta clear for one of the provinces. There's not an island. Bozo alert. Wee woo, bozo. Bozo. Every day I suffer from my own decisions. War reps, money. I kind of want more money. You start making your way back towards Gwed. You make your way down here. Corin has chosen us. I certainly hope so. I certainly hope that we are the chosen ones. Because if not, I don't know who else deserves it. I instantly flipped. Nobody else flipped like I did. I didn't hesitate. Leave the Ribsby Fort. Pour all that up. Gwed, declare war for South Chills Bay. Ta-da! You're gonna grab the war target, war goal, whatever it's called. And Rogeria will grow larger. I should consider building those forts in our country now. Fortunately, forts here are all messed up, so I can't. I either have to. If I build a fort on my capital here, that means I have to build a fort here. And then I need to build a fort here. And I should build a fort here. I should build a fort here. I should build a fort here. Because I have to eternally suffer because this is the White Walls province, but this is the entrance into the Serpent Spine, which makes the entrance the better choice, but you always choose the one next to it because it's the white walls, which gives it more defensiveness. Escalating lands of forts. Well, you gotta get rid of the Crimson Deluge stuff. Can I catch them? Oh. You have the 5 siege general? Yep. He's gonna die soon. He's old. Just keep on converting. Now, go ahead. I just want my 3 claims. That's really all I want. Money and war apps, of course. I might force him to pop out Great March. I'm not sure. Tempting to do that. But then that's another person that can join a coalition against me. You know? I was like, do I actually want to do that? You look cheap. I will hire you. Yeah, I know. We're 1 over. It's fine. Improve with our 3 other elvish vassals. We'll annex them. Feed the land over to our other vassals. It'll be all good. The borders will be great. Rogeria, I'm sorry, but I couldn't help you. I was trapped behind this fort. Here and here. Nice thing about quantity, I don't have to micro. We can just send it. I will give up my claim on Bladebreaker Pass. All yours, Rogeria. Ooh, the dwarves are fighting Shattered Crown. I mean, I would have liked to have given Rogeria Omdir. Just because I think it'd be cool. But I'm not too pressed about it in the grand scheme of things. Offensive Dogma. No quarter! These vile bastards. I can say that. Remember, no bad words, but it's right there. I'm reading it. It's in the book. I can say it. Stand in defense of all that Corin is wrought, all that she would have us do to better the world. Strike hard, strike without mercy, that we might drive these wretches into Narat's cold embrace, straight to the hell that they well deserve. 5% land fire damage and shock damage, plus 5% fire and shock damage received. That part I don't love as much. But it's fine. Ooh, we gotta go to war with Corvuria. That's what we gotta do. He's allied the Magisterium? Why? Why though? Why? I need to take these last couple of provinces off of Corvuria. Then I can stop fighting them. Remember when Coordinate Nations had an age bonus that gave 33% shock damage? I do. I do. And I remember every single multiplayer game, as soon as Coordinate spawned in, the map would just turn red. And everybody would flip Coordinate because you were throwing if you didn't. Because how could you not choose the religion that gives you 33% shock damage? You just go full cav build and you destroy anybody that didn't flip. The good old days. City goblins? Oh. The goblins are oppressed. The goblins ran away and yet we're back. Ooh, I might be being a bit too greedy here. Might be being a bit too greedy. We'll see. Laurent chose violence against Vern, apparently. War reps, money. Next time, convert. There's a chance the Nace Bay will flip. And I brought the Knolls back. So you're welcome. Penance. Penance for killing the kobolds. And then I'm going to get called into a war by Busalar to kill the Hill Knolls. Bad influence. The heretical beliefs of Bella. Oh man. Ouch. That hurts. That hurts a lot. Not cool. Not cool. Okay, maybe I shouldn't have had my 2-1 general doing the fighting there. That was probably not the smartest idea I've ever had. Oh, what the heck? They didn't retreat anywhere. Oh, goodbye. Okay, Bavik has fallen. Let's go at 47% war score. I can take max money, war reps, and the 3 provinces I want. We could just leave right now. I can try and push to relieve Great March. I could push to release the Westmoors. Or we could just walk away with what we've got and be happy. We can annex 1 province to release Great March. That is true. You speak facts. We could instead just take Guard Fort and release the Great March. I could take this. That's true. We can run a negative in Diplo for a while. Fine. Actually gonna do that. We need 100 legitimacy and prestige for a mission. Oh, we gotta even out our Paragon hood. Yeah, good luck with that. I need to build spy networks or have opinions with my allies. Ooh, I need to build temples. We have some pretty good temples. Really good temples, actually. That's gotta hit at least 3 Coronite provinces. At least. But that will complete that mission. We need to be an inspiring leader, righteous, or a fierce negotiator. I'm guessing we're gonna get that from the cult of Rogeria, so that's fine. Ruler must be emulating Rogeria. Well, how am I supposed to do that? Ruler needs a Diplo skill, mill skill, or admin skill of 6. Damn. That's unfortunate. But luckily, that's not necessary. So that'll be done. That's what we need prestige and legitimacy for. 2 former members of the Moon Party must be our allies and have 200 opinion. Orda Aldresia seems a pretty good choice. So does Leslimpar. But Orda Aldresia has converted. As has Benin. As has Istralor. Yeah, let's go for Orda Aldresia and Istralor as our allies here. I think that makes sense. It's not finger representatives. Rebels. That just means that we're gonna be switching out our allies. Like we'll drop Busalar. But I do need 2 allies at 150 opinion. What ally do I have that has 150 opinion? I don't know, but all my allies hate me a lot, which feels bad. We're supposed to be friends. Go ahead. Whoa. Back. We'll take our claims and we will release Great March. Awesome stuff. Sirenvar is unhappy with me. Enforce religion, development. Well, that's a little upsetting. It'll keep going down, though. We're overextended, too, so that doesn't help. But I want to force convert... Never mind. He flipped. He immediately flipped over to Core Knight. Awesome. Okay. Busalar. Friendship over. Goodbye. Orda Aldresia. Hello. Oh, Orda Aldresia. Would you like to serve the real emperors, perhaps? Consider. We'll even forgive you for betraying us. That truce isn't up yet. This truce is, though. Yeah. 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 Let's just continue to do our thing. Vampire bullying never gets old. It really doesn't. Let's see. Okay, now we build a bunch of the workshops. Damn. How happy are mages? They're happy. Merchants are getting there. I need to make sure that I convert Athfork. Also, our Paragon hood is so low. It's so low. I'm not sure what we're going to do with all this land up here. I could just add it into a trade company and try and get a merchant out of it. There goes the... There goes the Parliament. I could get the missionary back. I don't hate the idea of doing the missionary again. Right? Because I also need to convert all of my subjects' land. But I do want to develop a bunch with these monarch points. So getting the dev cost would also be pretty good. Now, Diplo annexation cost minus 15%. Also pretty good. When can I annex? 55, that's 5 years. Yeah. But that just means that I can wait. I can wait till 59, and then I can do the Diplo annexation cost. So that's not a big deal. 100 admin points? Minus 5% tech cost. Interesting. There's still an Ellicat province. They're hanging out. They're just having a good time. I'm not going to stop them. Where is my dev cost edict? Where's my minus 10% dev cost? I demand minus 10% dev cost. Please and thank you. Ooh, I could get Inno for taking Diplotech. And there's printing press. And we can do a bunch of missions now. That's 1550. There's construction cost. We'll wait again. All right, let's do these missions. Demarian Paragons. Hold on. Is there any ally that I can get to love me faster? Yeah. I can influence you. Oh. Everybody hates me. They hate me. Demarian Paragons. As the land has recovered, there has been time for people to do more than eke out a living to learn and grow. Unsurprisingly, much of this learning has been about Silmuna's past and present, a commendable initiative, but one with some unintended consequences. Just as most core knights seek to emulate their goddess in thought and deed, it seems some in Rogeria do the same with Silmuna's past. Undoubtedly strange, is this a matter for the Empress Consort Regent? Ooh, actually, I'm going to wait until our guy takes over. Just in case there's some, like, until the death of our ruler stuff. Just in case. It's not giving me dev costs. I don't know if I want that, you know. I might as well. Well, that means I don't really need the dev cost one. Now that I've said that, it's going to give it to me, probably. You know what? We'll just go with the missionary. We'll get the missionary back again. Mobilize. Army commission, mobilize. Bribe. Man, they really did not want this to happen. Placate. Minting, merchant, monastery privileges. Thank you. When did Rogeria die? He died a while ago. 3 or 4 years ago, I think. Kicked the bucket. We were in the middle of a war. I didn't really make much of a big deal out of it. He was old. He was old when he took over. All right, Corvuria. I'd like these to go to Sirenvar. 90% cheaper? Yeah. We have one. We have the 90% cheaper advisor right now. It's because it scales with our influence. So because our clergy is super influential, it gives us a 90% cheaper advisor. So this guy just chills on level 5 and makes me lots of admin points. Pretty good. Parliaments are overpowered. They're very good. This can get over to Salah Aelin. Corvuria, I just want you to give up what is rightfully ours. And money. And war reps. You know the deal. This ain't our first rodeo. We've done this before, okay? You know what to expect. I'm not throwing any curveballs at you. You should know by now what's coming your way. I want to build more workshops. We got some absolutely cracked workshops here. Are we still building manufactories? No, I think most of our manufactories are done building. I think that's why we were able to build more workshops. Our general died. I think that was the 5 siege general. Nope. Still alive. How old is that general? Most of my generals die in 5 years. This one, though, is in it for the long haul. Oh, it's only 49. I can also build more troops. I should build more cannons. Laurent. Oh, I should have scornfully insulted Gwed while we were at war. I guess it doesn't matter too much. I can't get Inno anyway. Or, power projection. Anyways. We're not rivals. Wed. Not go wed. Sorry. Corveria. Make sure we're using that missionary. The Rebellion Society. No, I don't think I will. I don't think so. Arnon, can I force my religion on you? No, you're too big without being co-belligerized. I could force you to release a bunch of tags, though. I'm not necessarily against that. Again, it's just more people that could flip Coronite. There we go. Emperor Adriac Silmuna. Good personality? Oh, let's go! Yeah, baby! That's what I'm talking about! Powerful mage! Who needs the spell? Proclamation of what? Already? I suppose it is 1550. Alright, well, we got a powerful mage now, and I need to peace out, because I need to join that League War. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Rogeria, stop being a little baby. Just peace out. It's Jover, man. It's Jover. I'm not even taking important land. You're suffering more from just staying in the war than you would if you just gave me what I want. Okay, the money is a bit rough. I'll give him that. There's the end of our golden age. I would say that was a very effective golden age. We kick Corveria out of the deep woods. And we can do some missions after I join the league. And then I join the Regent Court League. Oh, we'll join this one. Okay, Demarian Paragons. We read that. So Demarian Paragons. The people of Rogeria have always held the Silmunas in high regard, and their deeds have always been celebrated. However, something has changed in recent years. The printing press has increased the demands for books, and many of them have the Silmunas as protagonists. The most popular of them tells the story of a Silmuna king named Camir, who unifies Eskin and invades Anbennar to reclaim his birthright. But not only books, music, and theatrical plays also have the Silmunas as protagonists. Some of the Silmunas have even been assigned virtues. Adin represents the ideal warrior and knight, Vincent represents the good sovereign, and Lothane represents the Coronite piety. A Paragon cult is taking shape in Rogeria, taking the ancestors of Adriac as role models. One wonders how our emperor should proceed. We could encourage the cult of the Paragons. We should let the people shape the cult. Or we should let the people sing the deeds of our family. Does this matter again? Legacy of this mission is tied to our Silmuna legacy. Oh, it keeps going. Okay, well, we were going down the beloved by the people. So let's keep going beloved by the people. Ooh. Let the people shape the cult. The cult of Rogeria. The cult of Demarian Paragons has become a fundamental part of the Coronite Church of Rogeria as the Rogerians try to follow in Corn's footsteps by emulating the chivalry of Adin, the diplomacy of Vincent, or the piety of Lothane. But now a man called Otar the Mad has started preaching in our capital about how Roger the Exiled is the greatest paragon of all. This is clearly an issue that demands the attention of our emperor. Otar? Oh, God begot. God begot. We're right back to it. The cult of Roger. What would you have done? Said Otar, pointing to a young man in the audience while raising his voice. If your brothers had been treacherously killed, if your father and mother had been murdered by their own kin at the entrance of your home, if you had been forced to flee your homeland without even giving them a dignified burial. Fall into despair. The preacher lowered his voice, almost speaking in whispers. That's what you would have done. It's what I and so many others would have done. But we are not Roger. He put his shoulders not only on He put on his shoulders not only the fate of his family and his people, but the fate of all. Despite being on his knees, he stood up and raised his sword against the green tide that threatened to consume everything we knew. He fought alongside our goddess and prevailed. He gave us a new home and a future to fight for. Of all our paragons, he is the first we have to emulate. The unbreakable, the rightful emperor, the hero of the green tide. Even the words of a madman can hold wisdom. The Cult of Rogeria until the end of the game, minus 0.5 natural unrest, minus 5% stab cost, 2% missionary strength, and 5% loyalty equilibrium. For everybody but the nobles, interestingly enough. Nobles do not get it. Emulate of Adden. Adden's Skylance was an icon of chivalry, showing respect to opponents regardless of skill, age, and race. He learned every technique known in Canor before coming of age. He even matched the technique of masters blow for blow. Yet the radiance of his success was brought to face the shadow of betrayal. When the Rose Party bore their thorns against the Empire, it was Adden who drew the most ire, especially among the Laurentish, who remembered the Skylance from the mockery he made of the Killian tourney. Adden kept fighting back with great valor no matter who or what was taken from him. Every single stone of the Imperial Palace was tainted by traitor blood until there was nothing left he could defend. For 25 years, we get 5% morale of armies and 2.5% discipline. Emulant of Vincent. We got to get our allies to have 150 opinion of us. All known countries. Rogeria's opinion of them is at least 150. Well, that sucks. Those spy networks. Yeah, probably. Funnily enough, Bushlar is probably there. Yeah, we're probably going to have to do the... We're probably going to have to do the spy network, unfortunately. But let's embrace the cult. Otar the Mad Sermons had profound impact on Rogerian society. The majority of our people had abandoned the worship of most of the gods, with the exception of Corin and the Dame. Now, the Demarian Paragons, with Rogeria the Exiled at the forefront, are occupying our people's hearts, not as gods, but as role models. Now it's time for Adriok to announce which of our Paragons the kingdom should emulate. Event Embrace the Cult. A platform of crimson wood, brought from beyond the seas, was built in front of Corin's temple. The people had reunited in the temple square, eager to hear the words of the emperor. On the platform, decorated in the colors of Demaria and Corin's church, stood Emperor Adriok and the great priest of the Coronite Church of Rogeria. The old priest went up to the podium and said, "3 are the paragons that preceded and succeeded Rogeria the hero. First, his grandfather Vincent, the last emperor, a master diplomat and statesman. Then his father Adden, the last Grand Duke, a peerless warrior and knight. Lastly, his nephew Lothane, great master of the Corintar, a man who dedicated his life to fight against evil. Emperor Adriok, while all Rogerians follow the paths of our paragons, the actions of our fathers and forefathers traced for us a path, not only the path of Rogeria, but also of Lothane Bluetusk of the Silmuna. Reward is tied to the legacy." My seat. Comfortable. Cool. So, Lothane Bluetusk. Sounds good to me. We get plus 2% missionary strength and minus 20% missionary cost till the end of the game. 2 former Moon Party members must be our allies and have 200 opinion. If I ally Ishralor... Hey, there we go. Emulant of Vincent. Among the heroes of House Silmuna, Vincent is perhaps the one who understood most deeply what Anbennar, unity, truly stands for. A master diplomat, his sincere words brought more allies to his side than Laurentius treachery could ever hope to take away. There was an accord in Canor unhappy to greet Vincent as a guest. Even the Laurentish nobles wished to gain his favor, as he wed Elis Siluriel to end the First Lilac War. After the death of Queen Rienna III Siluriel, Vincent vowed to enforce the rightful succession according to Laurentish law, first by pushing his wife Elisa's claim, then his son Adden's. Had it not been for the treachery of the Roses, he would have succeeded, finally defeated Demaria's greatest rival, and brought all of Anbennar and Lensinor to heights of prosperity hitherto unknown. We will set our sights just as high, and not fail. 25 years, we get +1 Diplo relations, minus 10% cost to fabricate claims. Nice. And now we have to get our Paragon Hood up. We need to stop converting. Doot, 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 doot. No, no, no. Bad, bad, bad. And I need to construct buildings or develop provinces or enact a government reform. Let's build that up. Let's do faster buildings, preferably. So that way we can push it up over the edge there, preferably. So we just don't start any wars right now. We just chill. We just chill. We improve with our 2 new homies. We can stop improving with you. I can royal marry Istralor. Alright. Ordo Aldrezia, I will... Can I do this right now? Yes. Economy. Transfer trade power. They are a subject nation of Istralor. Well, that's fine. Can I great power influence Istralor? Yes. I can take on their debt, too. I'll take on their debt first, because that will make them happy. Let's just state this up. Yeah. Governing capacity, governing shamacity. Okay, we get it. We get it. We're over a gov cap. What's new? In other news, the sky is blue and the sun will rise tomorrow. And we're going to influence you. Then Ordo Aldrezia, I will scornfully insult Asheniande, because they are going to hate me forever. That gets you to 196. I send you a gift. You are rivaled to Vern and Rogeria. Scornfully rival Rogeria. It's you to 200, and we can complete leverage old loyalties. Here we go. The desire for the glorious return of House Silmuna burns beyond the borders of Eskin, igniting the passionate loyalties of a not-so-distant past. The Lilac Wars left a scar all across the Empire, shattering the pride of many prominent families. Under the banner of Rogeria, we shall have them remember their oaths to our family, and together we will break the will of the usurpers and bring the imperial crown back where it belongs. +1 diplomats till the end of the game. All countries who meet the requirements will be invited to the new Shadow Moon Conspiracy. A new diplomatic action will become available to invite new countries to the Shadow Moon Conspiracy. So I'm inviting the Emperor to the Shadow Moon Conspiracy. Curious. Very, very curious. Ooh, I need 10 provinces that have 20 development. Culture is Rogerian and is Coronite. Well, let's get to it then. That's half work. Version development 1, 2, 3. Band. You need a temple as well. You have a temple. Do a little bit of development. We love developing provinces. Build a temple. You encourage development. They're good to go. The rest of that's not Rogerian. You are Rogerian, so that'll work. What is this map mode? This is the culture map mode. I'll need to build a temple there. And infrastructure. Build a temple. We're at minus 35. All the buildings should hopefully push us up over what we need. You need a general. And come back down here. I'd like to be drilling. You need to go deal with rebels. Rent, I don't really want to give you money, my guy. I'll be real with you. Okay, it's nothing personal. I just don't want to give you any money. Because it is inevitable that you will betray me one day. I don't want to deal with it. Man, where was I going to build that temple around here? Who freaking knows? Who freaking knows? I need more monarch points, though. And there we go. We can now do Amulet of Lothane. Born to Ellis Silmuna, who was lost to the Silmuna family, Lothane's strength is a proof of his heritage. In the face of catastrophe, he rose to the occasion without hesitation. With the bravery, strength, and tenacity that no man could emulate, he fought back. A true warrior who faced his foes together with the gods of his time. His place in history is set in stone as the Korantari continues to act out his will. The fruits of his efforts feed the new generations of Ascani, safeguarding its lands. We are grateful for his sacrifice and will make sure to follow in his footsteps, no matter how hard we must work to do so. For 25 years, we get plus 1% missionary strength, minus 5% missionary maintenance cost. And now, I need one more province that is Rogerian to have a temple. I think we're building a temple somewhere for that. Yep. So we can just wait on that one. And we can get back to converting lots of provinces. So let's see. What do we have to do here? I need a royal marriage with Westham or 50 spy network. And that will sabotage Westham, which I don't know why I would care to do that. The Emperor of the EOA must be viciously mocked. But they're my friend. Hey, one of the points is true. Is Emperor is a powerful mage. Prestige of at least Istrelor. Okay. Magisterium needs to have 190 opinion of me and be a part of the Shadow Moon conspiracy. That is absolutely doable. So how do I add these bad boys in? Invite to conspiracy. Opinion must be at least 150. Right? Let's start to improve relations with them. Eargate. Wex must have 190 opinion of me, or I need 100 spy network on them. And that gives me permanent claims on Eargate. It would be very funny. It would be very funny if I got Wex to join the Shadow Moon conspiracy. I'm just saying. It'd be kind of funny. Little bit of hee hee ha ha. Salafil Garn, are you in debt? Oh, you are. I'll pay off your debt. I want to annex both of these guys so badly. I have to wait 3 years anyways. You at max relations? Yes, you are. Okay. Well, you need to have high opinion of me. Who else needs to have high opinion of me? Well, if it must be true, is an elector allied with me, was a member of the Rose Party. Do I need to convince either Dame's Crown, B-Peck, or Pearl's Edge? Or I just need to control their capital. Oh, are these mutually exclusive? We'll grant a Silmuna legacy point based on how it's completed. No, just because we're a powerful mage, it will give absolutist monarchs. One of the following. Opinion 150. Allied, was a member of the Rose Party, or we control any elector's capital, which means we could siege it down in a war. That would also count. 5 countries need to be part of the Shadow Moon conspiracy. Well, okay. I guess that means no war for a while. We go full diplomacy mode. Go all the diplomacy in the world. You can all start to drill. You can also drill. Get our professionalism up. Yeah. Let's get some forts built in this bad boy. We want forts for prosperity, please, and thank you. This'll work. This'll... Oh, can't do it here. That's unfortunate. Why? No building slot. There it is, though. So I'll get all that. Put one there. Put one here. Put one here for now. See what that does. So we need to improve relations with everybody. That means I want to change out this trade guy. You're not cheaper, are you? I don't think so. We're gonna get this improved relations guy. Let's see. What kind of magic am I good at? Talented in divination, conjuration, and evocation. Okay. I mean, it's not the worst ones to get. That's actually really good. Let's host a magical feast with Arboran. No, Arboran gets plus 50 opinion. Huge. We should study some magic, though, I think. I think we should go for enchantment magic. Because if we can get charmed diplomats for 15% improved relations, that's going to be super nice. Let's spend more effort on studying that magic. Salaeth does not like me. Yikes. Yikes, dude. I need more diplomats. I could get more by switching over to maintain balance of power, but I will not do that. And Brown Catarata's here. Fear. Time to be afraid of the Catarata. Magisterium. I need to ally you anyways. I don't care about Diplo points. Welcome to the conspiracy. Should their opinion fall below 100, they will likely leave the conspiracy. Okay, good to know. So the Magisterium is in. They say, yes, sir. We're all in. Nobles ally with foreign powers. I will not lose the prestige. No, thank you. There's our truce with Silver Tusk ended. I'm gonna let Silver Tusk live for now. Again, I don't want any aggressive expansion. It's time for diplomacy. How many people happy? Okay, you can only invite people inside the EOA to the conspiracy. That makes sense. That makes sense. I can influence Wex. And we can invite them into the conspiracy. Boom. Easy. I do need to get their opinion to 190 for the mission. Right? I also need the Magisterium to be at 190. So let me influence the Magisterium. And that completes the left hand. The Magisterium has a strong hold over the western gate of the Dameseer. Despite having strong ties with our family, they ultimately remain neutral in the Lilac Wars. If we could convince them to support our return, it would make the transition of power once we enact our plans much easier. Otherwise, perhaps we could use some old claims to force them into accepting our hegemony. Ooh, permanent claim on the Dameseer in Rogeria area. Or provinces. Boom, boom. The right hand. I need Wex to like me a bunch. Inviting Wex is cursed. It is cursed, but also funny. We're going to ally Wex. I can do a government reform. No and no. Royal decree gives absolutism, general estates for loyalty. We go aristocratic court for sure. Improve relations and diplo rep. There is no other option. The right hand. The Wexenards unlawfully annexed the provinces of Varavar and Irrigate after the invasion of Dameseer. Ever since, the loyal subjects of the Silmuna have been living under tyrants. If we are going to reclaim our rightful place on the throne, it is imperative that we secure this vital defensive position against the mainland. It should be straightforward enough to contact the old Demarian loyalists, and a network among them will make claiming our rightful lands easier. The Soul. Now I need the Damish Temple and admin cost. Now these are... admin cost is only 50. But I bet that's probably because it's assuming I'm building the spy network on them. Is my guess. We're going to influence you. But a spy network would be the easiest on admin cost. Is the thing. At least 4 provinces join. But I bet you if we get them all into the thing, I just get it. I bet you we want to be friendly. Friends, not food. Friends, not food. Meanwhile, I have to insult my ally. I need to befriend. I mean, Dame's Crown is going to be the easiest. I'm going to need to drop Arboran, though, to make that happen. Which is fine. I don't particularly care. Is there anybody else I could be improving with before that? No. I can build my spy network on Westham. I need 10 nations in the Shadow Moon Conspiracy. And then I need 12 nations in the Shadow Moon Conspiracy. And I need 2 of 3 electors not voting for Istralor. Okay. Darian Temple. I thought we were going to have enough here. Am I stupid? Build that. That'll do shrines to the Silmuna at the very least. Okay. So, no, I do think we start improving with Dame's Crown. We got to get a bunch of people in this thing. I need more people to flip Coronite. I need a lot of these small tags to flip Coronite. Oh. Oh. That's sad. That's just sad, man. This is pathetic. This is pathetic. I outnumber them almost on my own. What is this? Okay, well, it's fine. Rethag Ironbrow for Corin. Rethag Ironbrow has been known for many things. In his homeland of Rubyhold, he was known as one of the few dwarfs to leave the mountains as a mercenary. Among Corin's circle, he was known as the dwarf with the iron liver, able to outdrink even Arosha's orcish constitution. And over the past few decades, he has become known for his writings on Corin's tactics and the strategic developments of post-Greentide Eskin. Indispensable reading and sought by strategists as far as Garudia and Katarata. Now, it seems, he shall make yet another name for himself, as one of Corin's foremost servants, for as Canor marches to war to prove her righteousness, he would lead, and all but insisted on such when he barged into Adrioc's command tent today. He has no trust in our current strategists, and insists on taking command to see Corin's will through. If he fights with half the vigor, he argues, our victory is assured. 3-4-2 for General. Put that dwarf in there! Get him out there! AI will screw it up. I don't think the AI is... I should be careful. I should be careful about saying such things. I think I can carry the AI here. I think it'll be fine. Influence you. This is my land force limit guy. I'm not even going to swap into a discipline guy. I think we're fine. That's the kind of hubris that brings a man down. That's the kind of hubris that causes a man's collapse in a story, you know? We'll be fine. What's worse gonna happen? This is a good opportunity, though, to get Dame's Crown to like me. A 2-3-6 heir. No. We have to get rid of her. We have to have a male heir, unfortunately. I think we'll be able to complete this mission tree with our current ruler, but I can't risk it. Not a Rogeria. Ooh, you will not be happy about who our current leader is. I didn't rename him. I didn't think about it. James Crown to 110. Ouch, ouch. We're 5 over. I need to drop Abdel Tunger. A good ally, perhaps, but I can't afford it. Really, I should drop Laurent. I just need to annex my subjects. That's what it comes down to. I need to annex Salah Elin, Salah Sanag, and Salah Ayeth, and then we're fine. I need to improve with Gisden. Damage Temple's at 190. That is enough for the soul. On the southern side of the Dame Seer is the foremost temple of the cult of the Dame. The Silmuna are direct descendants of Auchi, an avatar of the Dame. So in a sense, her continued worship is both a source of national pride and legitimizes the Silmuna bloodline. We should do our utmost to ensure the loyalty of those who control this sacred landmark, and if we can't, we can at least ensure that safe travel to and from the area is guaranteed. 4 electors have to be backing me. Win the Wars of Iskani Consolidation. I mean, we're not that far off, is the thing. And now, right now is the perfect time to Gornfleet insult, because we're in a war together. So their opinion doesn't drop below 100. The Pretenders. There are many words to describe the Dove Throne. Regal, powerful, magnificent. The current emperor, a few other choice words describe them. They waste the throne, carelessly enacting policies or failing to do so, and some have even let outsiders control imperial land. Lothain Silwex may have started the decline, but every emperor since then is equally to blame for their negligence. If these harsh words simply hurt their pride, then they have not been harsh enough. After all, who would dare even think to ruin our legacy? Let us make these facts public and expose them for who they really are. This roller loses 50 prestige, and we can complete the greater power. The nature of the Empire of Anbennar is that it concentrates power in a single figure, and expectations as well. We must make clear that Adriok stands tall above the current Emperor in every way that matters, and in doing so, we will take another step towards the Dove Throne. Istralor gets -1 yearly legitimacy for 25 years. And now, Dame's Crown needs to have a higher opinion of me. We're getting there. The Marin? We're at war, so I can't scornfully insult you. Ibavar, we're at war, so I can't scornfully insult you yet. And I should probably clarify that I don't want any of this land. I'll give it all over to Ordal Drezia. Because I'm fine if they get it. I just don't want it. I don't want the aggressive expansion from it. I should be more specific. That is the 5 siege. You are the 4 siege. Switch those up about where they're going. You can go to Themarin. You can go to Talgir. Bum, 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 bum. I should be improving with Benin for sure. That's an easy choice there. There's our Great March truce up. In case I ever do want to go to war with Goed again. Again, no aggressive expansion right now allowed. Illegal. Walk you on here. Someone could blockade this. I'd really appreciate it. There goes that war wizard. Rotate you down. You are the 2 siege general? Yes. You're gonna go out there. I could try and contest this siege, but whatever. And it said that I needed to ally Dame's Crown. Hey, is that temple built? Am I misinterpreting this? 10 owned provinces, 9 development, religion is Coronite, is Rogerian. There's nothing to do with a temple. I'm just like building temples for no reason. I do. That's why. Castellarian, Rogerian, Real Sardi. That's for any half elf, half orc, Rogerian. I just need like a decently developed Rogerian province is all I'm asking for. Rogerian, 11 development, good enough for me. There we go. Shrines to the Silmuna. The Coronite faith is popular among our people, although the faith remains new and its tenets are still being established. Emperor Adriok thinks it's clear that any proper worship of Corin should also venerate those who emulated her values in her cause, like Blue Tusk and the Young Owl, and even some older figures who presaged her truths. We know Corin would want any temple to her to include shrines to these Silmunas, and in ensuring their construction, we entwine her legacy with ours. Every province that fulfills gets minus 10% province governing cost till the end of the game. You could develop it all at 20. It'd be actually pretty strong. I'm not too worried about it, though. I'm then going to sell titles and complete Guardians of Eskin. When orcs overran Eskin, it was saved by great heroes. Great heroes led by the goddess Corin herself. Great heroes such as Lothane Blue Tusk and Roger the Exiled. Great heroes such as the ordinary men and women who followed them and their fellow martyr lords east to fight and die. Now it is protected by their heirs, the kings of Rogeria, who stand foremost amongst the new kingdoms. To honor these great heroes, at the North Citadel, we shall build a great monument organized in 3 tiers. First, statues of the innumerable soldiers of the sons of Demeria and other marcher lords, the heroes of the rank and file who came face to face with the Horde. Above them, our forefathers Vincent and Adin, alongside the noble kings of Rogeria, who continue to defend Eskin to this day. And at the peak, those 3 who are to us the greatest heroes of all: Lothane Bluetusk, Roger the Exiled, and Corin, Heroine of the Green Tide. We get the Guardians of Eskin until the end of the game, plus 1 taunts to the True Faith, minus 5 years of Separatism, plus 15% Gov Cap. Nice. And I can keep upgrading this for even more governing capacity. Yikes. Yikes. Do I need to ally this dude? Yes. Well, ally Dame's Crown, we can complete Matters of Trader. Or Matter of Traders. The restoration of the Empire will soon be at hand, but even within the Empire there were many that buckled under the threats of the Laurentish, or who put their ambition above their oaths to our family. We shall give them a chance of forgiveness if they remember their place, show honest remorse, and help us to undo the wrongs of the past. Gain 10 prestige, and moves us towards beloved by the people. A cry for freedom. 2 electors are not voting Nestorlor as Emperor. The Empire cries out for liberation and the return of the Silmunas. We have proven ourselves countless times, demonstrated the current Emperor's feebleness, and restored the prestige of the Silmuna name. What left is there to do? Perhaps when the last of the foolish electors realize the truth and no longer support that unworthy Emperor, then the rest of the Empire will follow suit. Then, if the Emperor still refuses to step down from our rightful throne, we will offer a challenge they cannot refuse. For 50 years, we gain plus 1 Diplo rep. And next month, I can invite these guys into the conspiracy. Royal marriage with Arboran is bid. And we can now organize the faithful. Actually, I can also invite you. And I can also invite you once I influence you and improve one more time. Gisden, I can influence you. I'm not actually in a rush to end the League War, because I get a lot of opinion boost with people that are in it, which is really nice. Is it a 55 dev halfling province? Yes. And it's my capital. Look, they breathe like rabbits. Okay, I can't. They just keep going. They don't stop. I figured it would convert the culture at some point. It did not. So our capital is going to forever be. It's going to be forever a halfling capital. What do I need for the emulate Roger? I have to have inspiring leader, righteous, or fierce negotiator. So it's just rolling the dice. Just rolling the dice. Very funny that it's halflings. Okay, you're in this thing. You're... Okay, the Damish Temple, I don't need to ally. So that's fine. Let me ally you. They get you to 200, and I can complete the heart. We make Anbennar a vassal? Anbennar is the capital of Demeria, the location of the Imperial Palace and the former seat of the Silmuna. Even after its sack in 1444, the city remains by far the most important in Anbennar, and certainly the largest in all of Canor. The Anbennar peoples have enjoyed their time in the sun as a free city, but they now know their true loyalties lie with the moon. It is time for them to return to the fold. Restore the old order point. Loyalists waiting. At least 4 provinces in the heart of the Empire support the Shadow Moon conspiracy, and they all do. Thousands of true Demarians across the Empire now know of our resurgence, and we have consolidated the base of our power. Our influence is so pronounced, people are publicly holding festivals in our honor, holding rallies to further support behind us, and making preparations for the day our banner flies above the Imperial Palace once more. The Silmuna name has never been more celebrated, and we haven't even made our proper return yet. The time is soon nigh. It won't be much longer until we march to the Dameseer with a grand reception. We simply must convince a final few nations of the righteousness of our cause. We gain +1 yearly legitimacy for 50 years. Benin, you can join. I know that we can do the thing. All right, I know. Stop improving with you. Magdalare, let's start improving relations. Basan, let's start improving relations. Better to wait and abuse war relations. Yeah. I think Ulair. I should be improved with Ulair as well. We can get them in. Still waiting on Gisden. Now, we do have to win the Wars of Consolidation. I think it fires as soon as the League War is over? Question mark? Right? I think as soon as the League War is over, then you can win it. Copium? 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 It's just copium, I'm not sure. I'm just hoping. Y'all seem to have some trouble down here. They still have a lot of troops. Hey, yo! Get away from my vassals. Talgier gets pieced out. They didn't convert Talgier's religion. AI. Average AI moment. I'm going to make sure all my stuff gets converted. Then I will start converting my subjects' land. Actually, I have a Center of Reformation. There's the end of the Crimson Deluge. That's nice. Ah, Vern has converted. Which means we could get them in after this war is over. Gisden will now join. Invite to the conspiracy. I don't want to click this because it says all Shadow Moon conspiracy will work towards sabotaging the Emperor. So I figure if we get in a bunch of people, then it'll be better. Makes sense in my head. Indleberry. Ooh, yeah, I can easily get Indleberry in. Influence you. We can influence you. We can influence you. We want to siege somewhere? Okay. Can you piss off? You jerks. I'm sorry. Arninin moved their capital to Dostoevsk? That's funny. Why are they going after my vassals? That's not very nice. My vassals are nice guys. Hey, can we peace out Ibavar, please? I might have gotten a little overconfident with that one. Yeah. Might have been a little overconfident with that one. Might have been a little. Who else are we at war? In war with? What? Hey, Laurent? Bozo? I'm a little busy. I don't know if you've noticed, but I'm kind of busy right now. Add it to the list. Just another war, you know, whatever. Whatever, we just do a little bit of wars for fun. And then we can start to improve relations with you. There's our spell gone, so our cheaper construction is gone. And I want to summon the diet here for sure. And then I want to cast Magnificent Feast. For 30% improved relations, +1 Diplo rep, and +1 Diplo relations. How's that magical study coming along? We've only gotten one event. We got the first event immediately. Fuck. War Wizard? Yeah. Hey, Ishalor, can we peace people out, please? Just saying, it'd be real cool. Be real swell. Be real fucking cool. Sorry, freaking cool. It'd be so freaking cool if you pieced people out of this war. I'd really appreciate it if you did that. Like super a lot. Like super duper a lot. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lore. Appreciate your cooperation in these trying times. Duran popping off colonially? Yeah, apparently. I'm not sure what Laurent hopes for me to do here. As I said, I'm a little busy. There's 100 research. Just assault this. And there's another 200 research. Okay. The game realized that I noticed what was going on, and they're like, uh-oh. Uh-oh. He knows. He knows. I said assault. Thank you. That is the Silver Woods taken. Let's make sure Moonhaven is fully occupied. Do, 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 do. Oh, Moonhaven is the war leader. Okay, people are getting pieced out. I'm gonna back my troops up. I've done my part. I've done my part. I've done my stuff. Yeah, we should get tolerated, or halflings to tolerated, considering they make up the majority of my capital. Minibor, you lair. Invite to conspiracy. Invite to conspiracy. That's 10 people. 2 more? All provinces in the Gate of the Empire province group. At least 12, currently 5. Have to be in it. Oh, well, okay, well, what? Do I have to convince Leslinpar? Asheniande, Conwell, Estalin. Yikes. Yikes. I mean, it's not impossible. That one is. They hate me. I viciously mocked them. Allied to your rival, which is Wex. I mean, there's still a chance. That's crazy. I don't like this one. Currently 5. 1, 2, 3. Where am I getting the 2 other ones? Conwell isn't supporting it. Well, I suppose we start improving with Leslinpar. Allied? Province owner is part of the Shadow Moon conspiracy. Or is controlled by me. All provinces. All provinces. Still invite Ordo? Oh my goodness, you're so freaking right. That's 7. I need 5 more. Is that good math? Yes. So if I can get Conwell and Leslimpar in, then we'll be fine. The Regent Court with some well-placed improved relations will get it done. We can do some alliances. We can do some royal marriages. It'll work out. Hassan, you want to join the conspiracy. Congratulations. Welcome in. Magdalene, you want to join. Congratulations. Let's do these missions now. Organize the faithful. Those loyal to the Silmuna are starting to gather, and we have grand plans for them. Beyond supporting us for the throne, the conspirators serve one other crucial purpose: tear down the Emperor. What better sight to prove our claim than members of the Empire turning on their nominal sovereign? With sufficient backing, we can tear the Emperor's legitimacy and authority to shreds. Okay, well, he has... Where do I even look at his... Where do I even... I don't even know where to look at his legitimacy. I mean, I do. I go in here. I spelled it wrong. Istralor has 82 legitimacy right now. If I click this button... Okay, it doesn't immediately change, but it says it'll work towards it. Shadows in the Moon Night. On a clear night with a full moon, the world seems lit silver. And now, with the Shadow Moon conspiracy well established, our path forward is just as clear. In 150 Diplo points. Now, if I can get those 5 provinces, we get +1 yearly prestige, we win the Wars of Consolidation, we lose Disgraced Family and get +20 reasons to elect, we convince the electors to vote for us, and we win. It is simply that easy. Alright, let's start converting for our subjects now. Because we have all of Eskin converted. 200 magical study progress. Work harder. We need to... Who are the Poor Knight electors? Okay, well... I'm allied with them. So let's make sure we're using our favors here to increase trust, because that gives more reasons to vote for me. Boom. I don't know if I need to invite anybody else into the Shadow Moon conspiracy. Looks like Kugdir left the kobolds alone. Yo! Let's go! Darkscale Kobold is an accepted culture in Kugdir. Darkscale Kobold culture is not an accepted culture in Rogeria. Well, we don't care about that. Let's go. That's huge. Yeah, I don't think we need to invite anybody else. Well, it would be nice if I invited the other electors in. But all of the electors are about to get rolled. I can build a spy network on Westham. I can also just royal marry them. I'll do that. Silent Repose is alive. Let's... Ooh, I can take on your debts. +20 opinion. Thank you very much. You have no debt, so I will just influence you. No reason to bully them? No, kobolds are fine, because you can dig. As long as you can dig, you can stay. Puts orcs in a real bad spot. Orcs cannot dig. Therefore, they cannot stay. Lauren pieces out. I'm just letting everybody else finish up this war while I get the rest of these missions done. Leslimpar. I'm gonna have to ally Leslimpar. I don't really think there's a way around it. Oh, I could proclaim guarantees. It won't get me there any faster necessarily. Just let it do its thing. Man, I didn't even have to do anything in the Duran War. Yo, Koboldzan! Huge! This is how kobolds can still win. I ally them. That's really it. That should be enough magical study experience? What? Am I 100 short? Scammed. Give me another event. Not the one where I lose a Diplo rep, though. Less than par to 98. You know what? Don't care. Ally. Proclaim guarantee. We don't care about Diplo points. They mean nothing. We make more money than we'll ever need. Less than par. Go ahead and ally you as well. Why not? Then I can invite them both to the conspiracy. You. And invite you. And that completes the road home. We have toiled, yearned, and fought hard for our place in Eskin. We waged war with orcs, goblins, and even other adventurers who sought to end our legacy. Have we not earned our rest? Yet how can we rest when so many of our people still dream of returning home, to the rolling hills of the Dameseer, to sail in the waters of the Dame's Head, or to walk the bustling streets of Anbennar? Our people will not be ignored, for we have the tools at our disposal, the might of Eskin, and loyal allies to support our return. The road home shall be flanked with the Silmuna emblem. +1 yearly prestige. We now need to win the War's Consolidation. I also need to accept Redfoot Halfling. We finally accept the culture of our capital. I didn't remember if it switched over or not. It doesn't. Alright, League War. Yep, time to end. Who's still in this thing? No one. Yes, Lord, do you want Moonhaven provinces? Is that what's up? People just don't want to give up. I can help solve part of that problem. But everything else is... I mean, I guess Vern has a colony. Did Moonhaven go colonial? Yeah, they probably have a couple of provinces out in the middle of frickin' who knows where. So because of that, they don't want to peace out. There goes BPAC. Also stuck in this Duran War. Sack of Aethysir. Frick! Yeah. Pay the money. That way my vassal doesn't absolutely hate me forever. Let's improve relations with all of you. They still hate me. Unlucky. Unlucky. There goes that tag. We really should be out of this. We're at 99%. Istralor. Don't do this. Don't you dare religious peace this empire. Don't you dare. I know your dummy head wants to do that, but you shouldn't do that. You should just peace out. Please, peace out. Please. 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 Be super cool. Oh no, our brain probably left the Shadow Moon conspiracy. We gotta keep our relations up with them. Otherwise they'll leave. I will royal marry you just to make sure you stay happy with me. Emily, are you serious? Rogeria. It shouldn't matter. We're 22. We're gonna finish it. Okay, Moonhaven's on low. Damn. Laurent pieced out first. That's embarrassing. That's embarrassing. And there we go. Istalor gets reelected, of course. Well, they don't get reelected. They just don't lose the everything. They just don't lose it, literally everything. So now, can I win the Ascani Wars of Consolidation? I thought you could do it early. Am I crazy? I thought that you could win the Ascani Wars of Consolidation early. 1560? You think it's 1560? Okay. Who are you giving the new electorships to? Silverforge is still an elector? Sneaky. Sneaky. Silverforge got converted. Start improving relations with them. Forget the vassals. We're not going to annex them. Wex wants a royal marriage. Sure. James Crown wants a royal marriage. I should not be doing that. Istalor is not happy with me. Let's improve relations with them. They remember the whole insulting him in the middle of a war thing. Apparently that's looked down upon by our allies. Let's get GovCap. Hassan? Hassan freaking loves me, dude. No! Westham caught my spy. Those dang Westhamians. Cheating. They're always cheating, I say. Ally Bassan. I don't know if I'd give Varlison electorship. I'll be real with you. I don't know if that is something that I would do. They got that, you know, that evil little tower and their flag. You know, they're not exactly the goodest of guys. But you know what? It's fine. I'm not going to accept any royal marriages. They want to vote for me so badly. 49. All right, 1 year, hopefully. Then we can win the Ascani Wars Consolidation. We take the option. All we need is 4 electors backing me. And then we can just take it. Yippee. We finally finished the magical study. Huge. Enchantment. Diplomats. 15% improved relations. It's a little late, but it gets the job done. Thought Canon Esco was Pioneers Guild? Yeah, nearest here. But the Shadow Moon conspiracy is canon. So what we're doing here, I don't know if it's successful in canon, but I believe the Shadow Moon conspiracy itself is canon. Let me in. Let me in. Lost a bunch of claim. That's fine. We've converted Haraz or Doom. The kobolds will worship Korin. Only right. One of my vassals is broken. What's new? Vassals love to be broken. I demand the Empire. I demand Ascani Wars Consolidation victory. We have printing press in our capital. Yeah. It's going to take forever to get printing press. We are very big. Excellent diplomacy. I will take the prestige, even though we have 100 prestige and we still make 1.76. We gain 5.11 legitimacy a year. That's funny. And you are correct. It is, in fact, 1560 when you can win the Ascani Wars consolidation. A new power in Eskin. Castanor began as a small power centered on the fledgling city of Castaнаth. Castan the Progenitor was a local warlord at best, even if he had the Wayguide Seer to help him and was sufficiently talented to unite the Castanites behind him. And then, within a generation, Castan II Beastbane was leading a crusade against the Deepwoods. A few more generations, and Castanor stood dominant in Canor, only rivaled by the Gnomish hierarchy in the Demarian Republic. It seems another power in Eskin has followed that path. Rogeria. Rising from the ashes of the Green Tide by diplomatic dealings and military might, they have rapidly secured control over a vast swath of the region. Their rule over Eskin is now incontestable, even if some pockets still resist them. One question remains. What shall they do next? Shall they follow the footsteps of wise Castan the Fourth Realm Builder, bloodthirsty Castan the Ninth, the Quarreler, or will they be inspired more by Nichmer, the Sorcerer King? Only time shall tell. All Hilan shall watch and wait. Dominant in Eskin. Castanor once stood astride all Eskin, all Kenor. Then it fell, and in its wake petty kingdoms rose. Then those too fell, crumbled before the green tide, and all that was left was devastation. But no more. Out of the scraps we have forged steel. Out of the embers we have lit a wildfire. Out of petty adventuring bands and relic kingdoms we have created a power that dominates all Eskin, and those few quarters of the realm which still exist or resist our rule shall fall soon enough. Though this has been true for decades, it has crystallized into an undeniable fact. Now it is time for us to expand our gaze, our ambition. Where shall we look next? Our power absolute in Eskin, so it shall be in Anbennar. We'll start working on increasing the Silmuna rule in the Empire. Assemble the army, sharpen the blades, let Halan cower before us. This gives you minus 15% core creation cost, minus 15% province war score cost. That's the world conquest one. And we have reclaimed Eskin's shattered glory. Now we must see it prosper beneath us. Minus 15% dev cost, 15% national tax. I suppose you do this one in multiplayer, if you win. But we will obviously go for our powers absolute in Eskin, so it shall be in Anbennar. The challenge made. In 1443, the Grand Duke Adin Skylance Silmuna was murdered in the Imperial Palace of Anbencost by the treacherous Erlin of Westham. How ironic that the slaughter of our forefathers served only to bring about a brighter future upon our house. Beyond Anbennar, we have twice proven our rightful claim to an empire, making it as clear as moonlight. We have revived Eskin and left behind a legacy that will eclipse Castanor, and who could deny that our subjects have better lives under our rule? We saved Eskin from anarchy, we will now save the Empire from unrightful rulership. Disgraced family we removed for 50 years, we get plus 20 reasons to elect. Now we need 4 people backing us. Yeah, I think we're good. I think we're fine. That's funny. That's funny. Come on. Flip over to me. Come on. Dame's crown. Thank you. Come on. Okay, we have to... Ishalor won't vote for me because Celiande is not going to vote for me. That's sad. I could have gotten the Emperor to vote for me. Oh well. Oh, Ishalor took this stuff over here. Celiande. Why am I blanking on where they're at? Why am I blanking on where they're... Oh, yeah, it's these guys. I wonder. I kind of want to greed. Greeding is bad, but it's also kind of funny. They're at minus 113. I don't think I'm going to bring him around. I think we just do it. The return of the king. A dynasty made ashes, now back ablaze. A world steeped in shadows, now cleansed by light. Broken blades and broken peoples, reforged and renewed. Only one step remains. There is a crown owed to our emperor. It is time for him to be crowned emperor. The emperor's return. Frederick Silistra, Emperor of Anbennar, sat uneasy on his throne in the Imperial Council. Again and again, his authority had been undermined. Clearly, Rogeria was behind it all. And now this challenge? They dared challenge his gods-given right to sit upon the dove throne? Well, there would be no challenge. Not today. The doors to the chamber were locked. No perfidious Rogerian would be entering his council. But then, a flash of blue. A cloaked figure was approaching the center of the chamber. Who are you? I command you to reveal yourself at once. The figure stopped before the throne and drew back his hood. Adriac. Of course. Though you cannot simply march in here and demand the throne be handed to you, Frederick declared, advancing across the floor. Hardly. Adriac turned to the assembled nobility. Let all who would stand with the rightful emperor show themselves. For a moment, nobody moved. Hope soared in his chest, hope that was turned to unthinkable dread by the scraping of a chair on the floor behind him. One of the electors rose, then another, and another. One by one, they all came to stand behind Adriac. No, no, you cannot do this! Other figures began to stand from amongst the princes of the empire, revealing ribbons of Demarian blue. This is outrageous, this is... Please, do not humiliate yourself any further. Frederick looked around the chamber and saw a veritable sea. He hung his head in defeat. As the crown was placed upon Adriac's brow, a priest of Nerat shouted from the crowd, By what right do you claim the emperorship? Adriac turned, smiling, and replied, By the right of the crown handed willingly to an emperor beloved by his subjects. Till the end of the game, we get -1 national unrest. Okay, well, okay, maybe it's not the best. Maybe it's not the best bonus, but I do think it makes a lot of sense. An emperor beloved by his people. We have lost the conquest CB against Wex. And we have annexed everything in Demaria, Old Demaria. Oh, well, not everything. I think Moonhaven was also part of Old Demaria. Because we instant annexed the heart. We did. And now we can finally do it. What is only right. Revive Demaria. The Grand Duchy of Demaria is the heir to the Kingdom of Demaria, and before it, the Great Demarian Republic of Antiquity. It was once the pivotal force in the southern Dameshead and main proponent in the creation of Anbennar, and it can be again under a rightful or talented heir. We will take the new traditions and ambitions. Half-elven influences. You know what? Sure. Our nation is going through a change, whether by the reformation of an old title or the claiming as we usurp the previous holders. It is clear that the ideas of half-elves are core to what we are becoming. The question remains only as to what extent we want to embrace this. We will. Actually, I don't think we want to embrace half-elves. We'll lose all of our accepted cultures, which would be a bad idea. We're fine just as we are. Demarian-esque. And then we have a bunch of Demaria missions, which we're not going to go through, because we've already done a Demaria playthrough starting as Westham. But we can get until the end of the game. 5% morale of armies, +1 Diplo rep, 5% Imperial Authority growth. Was that something? And yes, so we can join the EOA. We get 1.37 Imperial Authority every month. Oh, because we chose the Ascani choice, we get +1, which means that you can very quickly go through and provoke. Like super fast. Like super duper fast. Which maybe I want to do, I don't know. Depends on if people want to convert. I need Imperial Authority. The Imperial Grand Duchy. Oh. Under the Magisterium? No. Imperial Grand Duchy. When Anbennar was formed in 1221, three major kingdoms in its previous territory received the honor of joining the empire, not as mere duchies, but as illustrious grand duchies. The kingdoms of the Wexenards, the kingdom of Ismeria, and the moonlit kingdom of Demeria, which would become the grand duchies of Wex, Ismeria, and Demeria, respectively. These three grand duchies would be very powerful forces within the empire, having a large impact on its politics and proceedings for hundreds of years. However, with the coming of the Lilac Wars in 1348, this would start to change. During this century-spanning series of conflicts, born in part from the actions of some of the Grand Duchies themselves, 2 out of 3 Grand Duchies would be dissolved due to the discontinuation of their ruling lineages. First, in 1365, the death of the Grand Duke of Ismeria would cause the entire region to fracture into various feuding river lords, which would join different sides of the ongoing conflict. Second, in 1441, the deaths of Adin Silmuna and the Grand Duke of Demeria and the rest of his close family defined not just the end of the Lilac Wars, but of the Grand Duchy of Demeria as a whole, leaving Wex as the only remaining Grand Duchy. Until now. Through careful military and diplomatic maneuvering, one of the territories under the former Grand Duchies managed to unify enough of their old claim to demand the title of the former Grand Duchy for themselves. Now an important question remains for the Emperor: how far should we indulge the claims of this new Grand Duchy? Unified market. Empire of Anbennar. Demeria is fully entitled to its previous claims, begin 10 imperial authority. These warmongers deserve no praise, lose 10, or title of Grand Duchy is ceremonial. No. Give it to me. Unified market. Life is starting to return to normal in Eskin. The dead are buried, the fields plowed, and the forges cooled as an entire subcontinent licks its wounds. Now we are starting to see the results of this newfound unification. As Emperor Adriac is holding court, the country's finance minister walks into the throne room, his clothes lavish enough to rival the finest robes of nobility. He kneels before the throne and says, "My liege, trade is bustling across Eskin. Ever since you've united the subcontinent, we've been seeing some new developments. The tariffs that used to restrict production and isolate us from the rich fields of Ion Trust or the bountiful mountains of Gulen Hill are gone, and now Steel Hill alloy can be used by blacksmiths in Castaneath to forge tools of exceptional quality." He takes a breath before continuing. "We've seen our revenues balloon in value as we can now export our superior products throughout Canor and the world. Despite these promising signs, the Reach and the Empire have both blocked us from entering their countries, supposedly in response to the threat we pose to their own markets by flooding them with our goods. I'm sure with time you can convince them otherwise. True, I am the Emperor now." As with the finance minister leaves, Emperor Adriac has a decision to make. The nation's coffers are overflowing, and it would be a waste to let it sit. We could spend the money on improving roads, standardizing measurements, and lessening some sales taxes. Bolstering the army to fight the nation's new rivals is also a sound option. Finally, investing the money on internal projects to make the cities even more prosperous and improve the lives of commoners might lead to an even greater return down the line. Here comes the money. We can get 20% domestic trade power and 3 mercantilism. We can get 317,000 manpower. And I'm assuming until the end of the game, we get 20% manpower recovery speed, minus 20% land maintenance cost, minus 10% regiment cost. Wild. Or we can use it to build up our lands. Minus 10% construction cost, dev cost, and global prosperity growth. Is this till the end of the game? Wild. I mean, I take the dev cost, I suppose. Yeah, I mean, so you could go through and revoke. I'm not going to do that because that's going to be a couple 100 months to do. Which I don't really have an interest in doing that. We would also need to fix our trade. We need to collect here in the Middle Allen instead of in the Castaneath node. Like we gotta schmoove it. It'll just make us a lot less money overall. We don't really have control over it, but we would revoke. Like, I would just sit here and revoke, and then probably unify into one big thing. You wouldn't revoke me to Rogeria? Yeah, I mean, it's free. It's free to revoke when you get an extra +1 a month. You can revoke and unify, or I guess you could go decentralized if for some reason you hated yourself. But that was Rogeria. Pretty good. I liked it. Looking like a truce break on the rent to make them pay? No. Let them be pathetic over there. But if I was going to revoke, then yeah, I'd be I'd be going through and popping out nations like crazy and adding them in and whatnot. Unified Empire does not have a mission tree yet. No. All right. Well, that is Rogeria. Run done. So what now? What now is the question? Achievements, I think. I think it's time for some base game achievements. I've got a couple that I've been thinking about that will be starting tomorrow. All right. I got to get those achievements in. You know how it is. EU5's coming out some point in the future. Quiz Pro Quo. I already did that one on my own because I knew it was going to suck, and it did. It did, in fact, suck. Time for 3 mountains. I think I'm going to do 3 mountains last. I just think it's a fitting last one to do. I just hold on for the 3 mountains, the EU4 achievement, to the very end. Mehmet's Ambition. I'm going to have to do some practice with that, I think. I'm going to have to go in and check out how the Ottoman islets work. I have no idea how they work. I've never interacted with them. Serving Hawaii, I got that one. Maybe I'll make a list of all the achievements that I haven't done yet. That way I can just pull it up and go like, hey, boom. This is what I still have to do. Timoriz. You never know. You never know what I might choose. Okay? You never know. That could be on the list of things I got to do soon. All right. Exclamation point Discord to get to Discord. Exclamation point VOD to get to the VOD channel. Yeah. Victory. I know that the YouTube video hasn't out yet. I've been real busy. Last week. I have not had time to make it, but I will have time tomorrow. I know how I want to do it. I know what I got to do. I'm thinking probably Sunday. Exclamation point YouTube to get to the regular YouTube channel. There is a reason why I played Masked Butcher and then Rogeria. I needed some experience with the last 2 tags that I had not played that's involved in the video. So that is what we were doing. And now I've got it all done and I can say exactly what everything's about. Bada bing, bada boom. We're good. All right. Let's see if there's anybody out there playing some Anbennar right now. After that, I'm going to go eat. I'm hungry. All this scheming makes a guy hungry, you know? Yo, more Eskin Gaming? Huge. Oh, this poor soul. Black Domain. Oh, no. Oh, no.
This side of it.
All right, well, let's go see what they're up to, all right? Make sure you praise the cube when you get there, and you be nice and kind, all right? I will see you all tomorrow for some achievements where I will show how great at the game I am. Again, you know, just built different. Stumbling, but getting across the finish line. That's what matters. Huge. All right, I'd like to thank you all for watching, and I hope to see you in the next one.